That's awesome. I like that. That way you can kind of just jump back in without having to like navigate the site to click into.
Yeah, it's definitely a little easier.
Cool. Yeah, this is going to be fun. I'll do it on 111-inch Chromebook screen with like no second screen for my notes. I had to actually print my notes like very old school.
Oh yeah, yeah.
My laptop decided yesterday at 3:30 would be a good time to die.
We're just glad it didn't die during the
really
presentation. I had a technical issue presenting on Teams the other day. I'm glad we're using Zoom. Much more familiar with that one.
Yeah, our organization uses one of our projects uses Slack, and that's what we normally use. But company-wide we use Teams, and it's got a lot of great features, but man, it is resource hungry and just eats up all the memory on my computer, especially if I'm running like Docker or anything, development related. It's just like they're just fighting.
Yeah.
So Aaron, you seeing my screen?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good thing to remember to ask. I'm looking down and our groundhog is back this morning.
Oh, nice.
He's excited
Not
about
even Groundhog Day.
the presentation. In my yard right now, I have a extremely overweight groundhog and a 3/4 finished chicken coop.
Don't you already have chickens though?
Yes. So that's potentially going to be a problem if I don't get a lot done this weekend.
Well, I don't think groundhogs are omnivores, are they? I think they're all I think they're vegetarian.
Yeah, but in terms of, so they're in the kitchen right now, and they need to, in about a month, they need to move outside.
Okay.
So
Urban chicken farming, very hipster of you, Aaron.
so hipster.
All right, we got about 5 minutes until the session starts. You guys good to go? You need anything?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ready.
So I just stopped sharing like normal when I'm ready to hand it over to Aaron, and he just then shares his screen and we keep going.
Yeah, Aaron, I think you can go to share screen and request to take over, and then Chris, you can just hand it off, or if it notification comes up on my side, I can hand it off.
I'm gonna just try that
Yeah, sure.
right now. Okay.
Yeah, it just gave it to you automatically, so I didn't even ask.
Okay, well that's easy enough.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, it does say it'll stop the other screen share, so
Great.
so that'll
All right.
work. Yeah, you can just take it instantly. There you go.
It's like we've got quite a few people joining.
Do you want to start right at the top of the hour, or leave a couple minutes for folks to virtually walk in the room? Pam just messaged me and I remembered to turn Slack off.
Oh man, I've done presentations and forgotten that, and my Slack just goes nuts. I'm like, I can't focus. All right. I'll give everyone just like another minute or so.
Right. Shit. I wanna.
Okay. I've got 10. What do you guys got?
Yeah, I'm good to go if you're ready to start.
Great. Okay. Well, welcome to Drupal GovCon, everyone. It's a little bit different this year, obviously, but we're going to make it work. So far, so good, except for Chris's laptop. Didn't work out great. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and start recording here. So this is the first session of the day in this particular room. I'll be in this room for most of the day. If everyone could please make sure they're muted. And if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat. We'll go over those questions in the QA, and you can raise your hand at the end if you'd like to ask a question with your audio. You're able to do that. But that's about it. Chris, if you want to take over.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out for GovCon this year under these difficult circumstances. As if it wasn't difficult enough dealing with COVID, working from home, and doing all this remotely, my laptop died at about 3:30 p.m. yesterday. So I'm doing this from an old 11-inch Chromebook, single screen, no second screen for my notes. So this is like, level of difficulty 3.5 from the judges on this one. So this is drag and drop content management for government websites. This is not the session you thought you were coming to. Well, you're stuck here now. So I think you'll enjoy it. Okay. So your speakers today, I'm Chris O'Donnell. I'm a digital strategist with ProMet Source. And then about a third of the way through, I'll be handing it over to Aaron Couch, who's our director of technology. And this, of course, is the obligatory single commercial slide we get to do. Who is ProMet? If you've been in the Drupal community at all for any period of time, you probably know who we are. We were founded in 2003. We've been doing Drupal exclusively since 2009. We're headquartered in Chicago, or at least our mail goes to Chicago. We've been a virtual company for years. So at least in that sense, the craziness of this year hasn't impacted our operations too much because we were already all working from home. Now we just kind of continue to do that. We've launched hundreds of Drupal sites since 2009. That's about all I'm going to say about us. Normally this is where we say we're hiring, but actually in COVID land, I'm not sure we are this year, actually. Okay, so wouldn't it be really neat if there was something out there that combined the ease of use of Squarespace with the flexibility and scalability of Drupal? There is, and we call it Drupal. Drupal can provide the point-and-click content creation experience that many want and might be experienced with from Squarespace or Wix, along with the extreme flexibility and scalability that we already know and love in Drupal. And hopefully you're here because you want to learn how this magic works. And so over the next 30 minutes or so, Aaron and I, and mostly Aaron, are going to show you how we do this at ProMet and how you can also do it for yourself. So at a super high level, there are two components to our solution here. It's Emulsify, which is a Drupal 8 or Drupal 9, I guess now, theme, which is designed to be completely used in a component-driven environment. And Provis, which is what we call our internal open source Drupal Kickstarter that we've sort of stacked up with a bunch of reusable components and some very common content types that allow us to get a jump start on our projects. And again, everything we're talking about here is open source. So let's think high level for a minute about the stuff that a typical government agency might need today. Government agencies, and quite frankly, probably most private businesses too, are under extreme pressure to improve digital services across the board. They're trying to push more and more transactions and interactions online, partly because that tends to, reduce costs and improve responsiveness, and also because, quite frankly, most of us would rather go online to renew our license than stand in line with the DMV. Of course, we could put stuff online and not make it more efficient and quicker and better, but that's a different session, so we're not going to talk about that here today. Everybody in government and, again, the private sector is really expected to do more with less, and it seems like we're actually expected to do more and more with less and less. And we are all seeking the holy grail of creating content once and being able to publish it everywhere with no additional work. And none of this is going to happen without copious amounts of coffee. However, there are some challenges on our road to a highly scalable point-and-click site builder. Some agencies are wildly unique. They have missions or just internal systems and processes that don't really get replicated anywhere else. You might call them special snowflakes. What you are seeing in this image is a very simplified view of the content model for the Government Accountability Office at gao.gov. Their mission and organization are so unique, it would never really fit into any sort of CMS that came with a predefined content model or a very limited content model where you couldn't completely change things to what you need. And sometimes two agencies that you think are very similar are in fact very different. Here we're looking at talking about the Philadelphia Parking Authority and the New York City DOT. You'd think that they have extremely close missions and so you could, kind of copy and paste or cheat off each other in terms of building content models. But the reality is they have very different internal structures, very different missions. And the content model we build for PPA is in fact not going to be particularly useful for New York City's DOT. However, having said that, the reality is that we do actually put a lot of the same things in most of the sites we build. I mean, all of us have built, mini Drupal sites, and almost every one of them is going to have a media gallery. We're going to have various lists of content that are being spit out in views or other ways from the Drupal database. We're going to have cards. We're going to have a search interface. We're going to have locator maps to locations or whatever it may be. We're going to have social media integrations. We can call all these elements components. And in fact, we're going to call them components for the rest of this conversation. Yeah, so the reality is that we're going to use many of the same things to build two very different websites. Here, we're expressing that idea as a Venn diagram because every presentation should include at least one Venn diagram. Now that I've said that, I kind of had to do this slide. So, the ideal situation. What if we had a CMS that was with a really flexible content model that could adapt to all the unique needs of, everybody from a large federal agency, down to a county in a state somewhere. But it's shipped with a library of reusable components that will jumpstart your project, and it featured a really friendly drag and drop site builder interface, somewhat similar to what people might be used to from Squarespace or Wix. That would be really cool. So again, Drupal's great at content modeling. Drupal's great at users and workflows. Drupal hasn't traditionally been so great at the click-together website stuff. Wix and Squarespace are really good at the point-and-click website stuff. However, their back-end content models generally aren't going to be flexible enough for any large government applications or even large private industry applications. They typically aren't going to be scalable enough to deal with, a large state level or large city or federal website. And the people at Wix and Squarespace have probably never heard of FedRAMP. And those are all going to be important issues, obviously, for a government website. So the reality is Drupal can do both. We can use Layout Builder and a component-driven theming system like Emulsify to deliver Wix or Squarespace-like site building experience within Drupal. So our approach to doing this is to use Emulsify as a theme, to use a sort of an ever-growing library of standard components and flexible blocks, Layout Builder right from Drupal 8 core, and we put these three things together in something we call Provis, but it's really just a Drupal 8 spin. And now I'm going to turn it over to Aaron, and he's going to get into the details of how we're doing this and actually do some show and tell.
Great, thanks, Chris. I'm grabbing your screen and I'm going into presenter mode Can you see my, can you see
Yes, I
my
can see
slide?
your screen.
Yep, we see it.
Awesome, thanks. So yeah, we're gonna go into our approach for delivering the type of experience that Chris described. And at the end, we're gonna look at some of the other popular approaches in the Drupal community. And yeah, we hope by showing you the way that we've tackled this, we can help Skillshare around this topic and be part of a larger dialogue around delivering excellent experiences to government. Emulsify is a Drupal and WordPress starter theme that gives us a huge lift in building reusable components. Emulsify combines both starter component, a starter component library, and Storybook, which is a tool for building user interface components. There are a number of component-based themes for Drupal. I've linked to some of them as well as other component Drupal theming resources at the end of the presentation. We've identified that components are a key to successful website building. We need a theming approach that can deliver reusable components. Some of the problems with quote unquote traditional Drupal theming include CSS and JavaScript selectors that are tied to their context, i.e. where they're put on a page or tied to their backend implementation, i.e. if they're rendered with views or paragraphs or other Drupal implementations. Without a component methodology, we can tend to theme for the page. The result is often assets that can't be reused across projects. Some solutions include adopting a component-based methodology for theming. Emulsify uses atomic design, but there are a lot of others out there. I've seen projects and groups successfully simply create a components directory and reuse the bigger types of assets that they build. That's what works for them. With a component approach, selectors are isolated and can be reused. It's also really helpful to have a component library tool like Storybook. Let's look at an illustration. This is a typical carousel component. I think there are a few of us that are waiting for these to go away, but for now they aren't. They're part of almost every web property. This is how many of us have tackled creating the front-end assets for things like this. As you can see, the assets are tied to the Drupal implementation and combined with other elements. I'd point out that they are not only tied to paragraphs, but the specific name of the paragraph. In this case, it's field multiple carousel. Reusing this is difficult if there are any changes to the data model. We'd also need to do a lot of copying and pasting if we wanted to bring this to another context. And for JavaScript in this instance, we've thrown it into a single JavaScript file, which makes it really difficult to reuse specific components. And we've identified that a flexible data model is something that we want to build toward. With a component-based approach, all of these assets, including JavaScript, CSS, and templates, are grouped together. The selectors only reference the elements in the template, so they are isolated and a coherent whole. What we're looking at now is a component-based version of a carousel that we've identified as a 3-item carousel. And we have the JavaScript, Twig, and Sass assets. In the Drupal template, in order to use this, we use Twig's ability to embed or include templates to render the component. If the backend implementation changes or we want to move it to another project, the component itself has not changed. What we are looking at is an example of embedding the previous component. In this case, changing the block type or backend implementation means embedding the same component in a different template. Emulsify uses atomic design, which is a popular methodology for creating design systems. Other popular ones include Pattern Lab. Atomic design breaks the site up into the smallest components, atoms, which are combined to form molecules, which are added together to create organisms, like the site header example here. The organisms combine to create templates and pages. Storybook is a tool for making user interface components faster. It is a React application that gives you a living version of the component library. Here's a live version that shows that integration. So we're looking at now is a live version of Storybook with some of our components that we tend to use over and over. Here we have a banner component. One of the features of Storybook is that we can add settings like selectors that we can apply to our components on the Drupal side. There's also tools like accessibility checks, and we can do QA in terms of mobile and other desired quality assurance mechanisms. The data for the Storybook preview comes from YAML files, which are included in the theme. Emulsify includes a Storybook integration that themers can use as they build a site. This creates a new workflow for our projects. Front-end developers break up the design into component parts and build from the atoms up. Because they are working first in the component library, the component elements can be built before Drupal is set up and without the overhead of starting Drupal. We now have front-end devs who don't touch Drupal, which for some of them is quite exciting, which among other things opens up our ability to engage with talented developers who don't know Drupal. As we know, there are a lot more front-end folks who fit into that category. With the component library, we are also able to QA right away. We publish a version of the component library for our QA and accessibility team members. The workflow for finished components is greatly reduced. So that's why we use Emulsify. It comes with a really great out-of-the-box component library setup and an integration with the component library tool Storybook. I've recently come across Emulsify, but have started contributing to the project. And if you're interested in a deeper dive into Emulsify, I'm giving a presentation along with the Emulsify maintainers from Four Kitchens on Friday. Jumping back into Drupal, because we've built with a component-driven approach, the components in the Drupal page can typically be moved around without breaking them. Content editors can build out new sections of the site that the designers didn't create designs for, but that still fit together as if they had. The backend implementation is flexible because we're not tied to it. We've been using blocks more frequently lately than paragraphs because they are in core and can be deployed like paragraphs on the node edit form if desired. Paragraphs still currently supports better versioning, but ultimately, who cares? Either way we go in terms of specific Drupal implementations can incorporate the components that we have from our isolated component library. One other element of our strategy is that we try and use consistent view modes across our content types and across projects where possible. The view modes become the representation of the components, typically the card components across fields and the molecule or organism components when we're talking about the view mode for rendered entity like a content type. If we apply them consistently, we can render any content through the components that we built, and we can use Drupal's other tools like views or panels or other rendering, display suite, et cetera, other Drupal rendering methodologies that are able to use view modes. One part of that strategy is to try and keep consistent names for media types so that there's little overhead between switching between different content types or rendered entities. We make these components available in Layout Builder, which is now in Drupal core. Layout Builder is our drag and drop solution currently for our customers, and it allows content editors to build out sections of the site. Layout Builder can be implemented as a no-code site building tool that retains the features of Drupal-like flexibility, like a flexible content model, revisioning, custom user permissions, and workflows that make Drupal so valuable for larger organizations. So we've packaged a version of what we've discussed in the project, Provis. Provis is a Drupal 9 Kickstarter that packages our components and common content types. By the way, Provis is Middle English for a Middle English word for foresight, which is one of the qualities of Prometheus, who Promise Source is named after. We started using Provis as a way to dramatically reduce costs for clients who have projects that have overlapping feature sets. Provis is available on GitHub if you want to give it a test drive. Provis has a relatively simple content model that is good enough for a lot of clients. However, we think of this as a starting point and an attempt to not constrain. Again, we've identified that a flexible content model is a critical feature of Drupal, especially for government. What we are focusing on reusing is our growing component library. This is something that we'd like to make available to all of our sites. There are some organizations that don't want to utilize a drag and drop interface for all of their content and would prefer to keep their sites locked down after design. And almost all organizations have part of the site lockdown. We still use these components to build sections of the site in that context because it's more efficient and provides higher quality results. We are currently working on improving our ability to encapsulate these block types, and that's something that we'll be sharing the code for as we do so. So now I'm going to jump over to a quick live demo of Provis and show how we've deployed our block types in Layout Builder to allow folks to drag and drop. Provis out of the box again comes with a lot of common site features. We have news, contact web forms, frequently asked questions, lists of people, maps, and events. I'd like to point out that this that our implementation for this event library uses full calendar view. I'm really excited that we've recently put a patch to full calendar view to be able to use the latest version 5 of full calendar. What's really exciting about that for us is that we are that is a much more accessible version of full calendar, and that's something that's really important for us at Promet and is really critical for the types of clients that we like to empower. On the homepage here, we have some test content. We've created a artificial or made up Southport County as just a way of providing some test content. But what you're looking at is some of our common block types and component types that we allow content editors to create, edit, and deploy. If I click Layout Builder, we'll see that drag and drop interface. Instead of starting with this existing version, I'm going to create a new landing page to kind of show us what we're talking about here. I'm going to call this Celebrating Drupal GovCon. I'm not going to add any other elements to the node form because we're going to really use Layout Builder. And when I click Layout, we're back on Layout Builder, and we're going to be able to start to use some of the blocks that we've been talking about. When I click Add Block, I get our current block list. So this page is really about celebrating DrupalCon, and I'm going to start off with a featured page banner, and add some background images. I've loaded some previous Drupal GovCon images at the ready, and I'm going to go in chronological order here. For my heading, I'm going to add Celebrating Drupal GovCon and add the famous phrase for Drupal, and I'm going to include that search block. So when I add the block, you can see I've got a live preview, and let's add a couple other elements here on the page. I'm going to add a frequently asked question, which is another block type. I'm going to keep the title this time. And let's add a couple of items here. Is Drupal GovCon the best Drupal event? Since we're all here, I'm just going to say yes for that. I'm going to add a couple more just so we can see what this looks like. What is the best thing about Drupal GovCon 2020? And I'm going to add no lines. If you've been to previous events, you might know what I'm talking about. And then I'm going to add one more just so we can see what that looks like. I'm going to ask, can I add media? I'm going to answer yes and add an image. Again, we're looking at the out of the box media gallery. One thing that we're trying to do with our approach is to stay as close as we can to Drupal core. Okay, I'm going to add that block, and you can see that it's rendered in the live preview. I've decided that actually I want to get a little bit more information above the fold, so I'm going to actually add another section here, this time 2-column. I'm going to drag the FAQ over into this column, and I'm going to add another. This time I'm going to pick our file list. Let's just pretend these are some important resources for Drupal GovCon attendees. I've got a couple display types to choose from. I'm going to pick a couple documents and throw those in there. And I'm going to add that block. Great. Now I want to add a couple more sections. I'm going to go back to 1 column, And this time I'm going to add some news. I'm going to use what we're calling our link group widget. And I want to add some latest news. I'm going to title this latest. And what we have here, this is kind of similar to what the Drupal 7 Beans module was like, if folks were familiar with that. But we have a couple group displays that we can choose from. These are all group displays that we were looking at briefly in in Storybook. We set it up so that you can add content manually. We don't have to decide ahead of time whether a certain block is going to be a view or some kind of queue. We can decide that on the fly. I'm going to pick automatic content, which is going to bring in some of the latest content by content type. I'm going to choose news, and I'm going to see what that looks like. Great. So we have a carousel with some great Drupal GovCon news. But you know what? I feel like a carousel is maybe not the right format for that. I'm going to switch to a different layout and add that. And I think I like this a little bit more. But you know, at the last minute here, I've decided that I don't want. It's not really news that I want, it's events. So I'm going to change the content type to event and update that. And now we have the latest DrupalCon events. Finally, I'm going to add one more block, this time a photo gallery, to really celebrate Drupal GovCon. I'm going to add some photos. I found these off of Flickr. I don't remember. I meant to attribute this correctly, but I don't remember exactly whose stream they were. But these are images from 2016. And I did not see Chris or I on that, but I believe we were both attending. I'm going to select those, and I can move these around, but I like having the this wonderful cake to start off with. And I'm going to add this block. And again, we can see the live preview. And I'm going to come up here and click save. And now we have our new celebrating Drupal GovCon page. So that gives you kind of an idea, and we can see Mona Lisa's there. Everything is as we kind of wanted it to be. So that gives you an idea of how our kind of strategy here comes to fruition in terms of deploying a component library that's consistent across different properties and is responsive to flexible content models, but delivers an elevated drag and drop experience to content editors. So we're not the only folks out there doing this, of course, and there's some other kind of noteworthy projects in the community that are you know, worth highlighting. One is Site Studio, so that's Aqua's product that also uses a atomic design system and is a low to no code solution. One of the kind of disappointing things about Site Studio is that it's not all open source, so there is some vendor lock in there, but it uses a lot of similar approaches, and is I think in some ways trying to has a similar set of goals. Varbase is a really polished Drupal 8/9 distro that has a lot of fully rendered components and kind of drag and drop elements that is also an interesting solution. Drupal Gutenberg combines, brings in the Gutenberg WordPress editor, which is a really great editing experience. One of the and is what has been built for WordPress. So this is a screenshot of that, and as you can see, it's got some similarities in terms of deploying components on a page level. This project is really strong in terms of the fact that Gutenberg has had so much work into it in terms of polish and the user interface. There's additional code overhead with using the project, but it's definitely something that's an interesting solution in Drupal. So some of the key aspects of Provis in comparison are that we're very close to Drupal core, no vendor lock-in. We deliver award-winning designs, or we have a really strong design staff. So some of those, so we don't have kind of like edit the CSS or that kind of thing. I think both Site Studio and Barbase let you manipulate some of the design down to that level, which is a really great solution for some folks, but we really want to emphasize strong design. Again, on the flexible content model and the focus on reusable components, and it's really an early dev. It's really just a Kickstarter, but it brings together some of our strategies, and we wanted to share it with you. And really, I think it's interesting to identify the strengths of Drupal in this sector, have conversations about them, and have skill shares. So that's a big part of why we wanted to present this solution. Here are some resources that are maybe useful if you're wanting to dig down into Drupal theming. The Drupal Twig Slack is highly recommended. If you're interested in Emulsify, the folks there and the storybooks and components channels. As I mentioned, this is a list of component-based theming resources, a link to Provis and Emulsify docs. Well, thanks so much. That is the end of our formal presentation.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chris and Aaron. Looks like we have a couple of questions in the chat, and if anyone has any questions, feel free to add them there. Looks like I'll start with the most recent one. I think the presentations are being recorded by Drupal GovCon, so those will be available. I'm not sure when, but they will be available. Let's see. Can you please share the link to Provis?
Yes, I will do that in the chat right now. It's on the slide, but I'll do that in the chat.
It's also farther up in the chat already. Somebody already posted it.
Yep, I see it. There's a GitHub link. Okay, yeah.
Great.
Just make sure that is the same link, I guess, right? Yep.
That's correct. Thank you, Brooke.
Can you cover any contributed modules you're using with Provis that extend or modify Layout Builder? Good question.
Sure. The user interface on the right that combines the icons with the component types is Layout Builder Browser, which is a really great project. I'm going to click into our composer.json file, and that's going to give us like the rest of the ones that we use. So we have the full calendar, geocode or geofield, and search API and the like.
They're at the top,
But
Aaron. You just passed over the Drupal, the Layout Builder ones.
Mm-hmm.
Lines like 67, 68, 68, right there, yeah.
Yeah, so those are some of the ones that we use, and yeah, probably would be useful to add that to the README. Great question from Judy. Do we kind of lock down the paragraph patterns that are only accessible to certain roles? We have that capacity. We haven't been doing that with our current clients, but there is a module for that. Layout builder restrictions that makes that possible. And with Layout Builder browser in general, we curate the components that are available there in our layout windows you saw through that module. But that Judy, that's a great your question relates to a great point in that we can use that granularity of permissions with Layout Builder, which is obviously really compelling for big organizations.
Looks like there's one from Carlos. How are the created layouts exported between your different environments? That's interesting. Is that configuration or?
So right now, we're highly reliant on config. I almost included that as a slide as kind of a difficulty with kind of reuse because so many of the things that are exported to config are tied to other elements of your site and are just hard to reuse. So the thing that we're really focused on now with the blocks is to take that out of config and have a more code-based solution that's more reusable. As we develop that, that'll be an open source tool and will be available on our GitHub or Drupal.org.
Okay. Any other questions?
Benji included a great list of some of the layout builder tools. And again, we want to stick close to core because I think that delivers right now the best value for our clients. They're not locked into us. It's easiest to follow the progress that's made around Drupal, and we think right now that that's really the best fit for our goals. And some of the other products that we showed are have much more of their own kind of solution there, and I think that that's a good strategy for certain contexts. But for us, and our clients, we really want to be able to hand them off the project at the end and not have a huge learning curve just around kind of the solution that we've provided.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions you'd like to ask? I don't think so. Okay. Well, thank you, Chris and Aaron. Certainly appreciate it. Very insightful. I don't know that I've seen many great drag and drop solutions for Drupal. So this was great to see.
Thanks.
All right, thanks everybody.
Have a great conference.
Hello, friends. My name is Monica Flores. I'm going to be giving this talk on our next session, 100% remote, and I am going to be testing my slides for a bit. I encourage you to take the time, take a break, bio break, get a beverage or drink. I'll be testing some of the screen share, and then we'll start at the top of the hour. And if you do get a chance, please do update your name with your maybe location and your pronouns. And all the questions are able to be put into the chat. Looking forward to connecting in just a bit. And can anybody give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen? Great. And it doesn't have all of my notes in it, right? It's just a clean screen. Great. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thanks so much, Kim.
Yep, we can see it. This is Jason, by the way.
Great. And the links, again, you can look in the chat to drop in any questions. And again, do join us in the Slack, as well as the slides I'm linking here for those of you who are joining us. Great.
All right. Hi, Monica. thanks everyone for joining us at Drupal GovCon today. It's a little different than it has been in previous years, but we're making it work. So far, so good. Monica, if you don't need anything from me, you can take it away.
Great. Well, welcome everybody, and yay. Welcome everybody, and yay, welcome to GovCon Remote this year. I know I've met some of you in past events. It is what it is. We're happy to be together, and I was really pleased to present today. I have recently changed jobs to Lullabot, where I'm now a technical project manager. And even prior to this, we had been 100% distributed. Everybody works remote across multiple time zones, multiple countries. So I thought I would encapsulate some of the presentation and put it into slides for you. The links are in the chat, as well as invite you to use the chat function to drop in any of your introduction. Feel free to keep it going there, and Jason and I will be able to sort through the chat. Okay, so what we'll do is go through the slides and then have time for Q&A. And I do want to make it zip because I know that people's time is very precious. So first of all, thank you so much for coming to my talk. It's called 100% Remote, 7 Tips to Successfully Manage a Distributed Workforce. A little about me, I'm a TPM at Lullabot, which some of you know is a design and development agency. I've been working as a web developer prior to that for about 15 years, supporting enterprise, nonprofits, education, and government agencies. I did receive my certified Scrum Master status. It's my first kind of licensed status, and I got that in March, right before the coronavirus started. And I like reading, hiking, baking. A fun fact about me is I adopted 2 cats last year. About Lullabot, my employer, Lullabot has built some of the first household name Drupal sites and has gone on to encourage Drupal through Drupalize Me training, through multiple videos, trainings, podcasts, and the like. And again, I think many of you are familiar with the company. We've gone on to create some of the largest and most well-known digital experiences. About you, can you please do in your Zoom, go ahead and change your name with your location if you'd like to have it, your pronouns. We're asking also people to do that inside the Drupal GovCon 2020 Slack instance. It's great to just get to know who's who, where people are coming from. If you'd like, drop in the chat where you are calling in from. I'm calling in from Metro DC today, and my LinkedIn account I'll drop in. And if you do, I can grab a copy of the chat and then post it on my LinkedIn so I can connect with folks. Great to connect with everybody. And maybe a check-in question just for you to think about, what is something that you are continuing to learn? And I'm asking for book recommendations, podcast recommendations, videos, anything like that. And that is a fun fact of my little baby cats, maybe not so baby anymore, is Bourbon and Conan, and they're on Instagram. Thank you so much, David, Allison, Kelsey, Dorothy, Ralph, and Jason. Go ahead and put your LinkedIn if you want to connect there, put your location, and inside your Zoom instance, you can change your pronouns and your location in there as well. Okay, so Lullabot is based on 6 core values, and these are pretty well prominently displayed all over the website. They include inspire and empower, be human, kick ass, invent and innovate, collaborate openly, and have fun. And the reason why I always like to start with values is that the core values of any organization are going to set the tone for how people connect and collaborate in that organization. And so it's important for you as you're building, growing, or maintaining your own organization or seeking a new one to talk about values, because you can get a good sense if your own values align with what the company is spreading out in the world, in their blog posts, in their marketing language, on their website. One thing about Lullabot that's very important is people come first. For example, even though we're a totally distributed company across multiple continents, we do have a once a year in-person meeting. This is the meeting from January, my first. It was a pre-COVID pick. And the company gets together for a couple of days, gets time to connect with each other. We had, flag challenges, we had swimming, we had races, and then we also were able to get into the guts of how the organization is doing and status updates across all of the different business units. The company does work 100% remotely in all the US time zones. We also have staff and contractors in North America, South America, and in Europe. And of course, there's me. I didn't realize the memo that you're supposed to wear neutral colors, so I'm sure you can see me in the picture with the purple and the pink. So what my lens is when I'm talking about working with people and managing people and their lives is to keep in mind practicing compassion, respecting people's boundaries, and fostering a sense of safety, both physical safety and psychological safety. And again, with people first, well, I just want to talk about people over tools, over procedures, over projects, and even over contracts. The definition of success for an organization is when a project reaches completion and people are happy. Not that people are burnt out or not that the client got everything that they wanted at the expense of people, but that people mattered and people had priority over all of the other aspects of it. Some of the tools we use, I'm sure some of these screen caps look familiar to you. Just do a thumbs up or thumbs down on your Zoom. Do you use Trello, Jira for project management, cards, ticket management? We use Figma for working on designs. We share a lot of files through Dropbox and also through Drive. We also have Slack, well, so much Slack. And then we also currently use Zoom. We've cycled through Uber Conference, Google Meet, and now we're currently on Zoom. Also, what we found is our clients have their own infrastructure, so we need to work within their confines, right? So I'm sure thumbs up, thumbs down if you are able to. We have Blue Jeans for some of our clients. Some clients use WebEx. Some clients also use Uber Conference. And, frankly, for some folks, it's still phone calls. And then finally, we use Drupal probably about 70% of our installations. And to manage processes, we always use a wiki. We have a centralized wiki for each of our projects that allows anybody coming on board to get information asynchronously and also update information for things like when the stand-up is, meeting cycles, project deliverable dates, and out of office. So we'll go right through the 7 types of steps. And the very first one is to set expectations early. I encourage you to determine what is important for the beginning and follow that through the whole way through the process. Set expectations early, even from the hire. So I can tell you a little bit about how it was like for me to be hired. I found the job listing on diversifiedtech.co. So this was a place where Lullabot first distributed the job posting, and then after that distributed it more widely. I also learned about the benefits. They're posted directly online. So education, training, benefit, all of the medical, dental, insurance, all of this is posted. And even some small things like a Christmas or holiday package, a Fitbit for those of people who are wanting to keep fit, an ergonomic evaluation for the body and the way that we're standing at our desk. There's also technology training. They bought me a MacBook in the very beginning. Also, even basic things. This is us at GovCon, probably a week or two after I got hired last year. That's my boss. If you look, we look like Fantasy Island for those of you who have watched that. Really, really tall COO and me, 5'4". Protecting time. So I know even this time that you're giving me for the talk is a gift. It's our most precious resource, especially since today we're dealing with basic needs, living needs, survival, even taking care of children's needs, taking care of school, taking care of our elders. If you are at all able to implement asynchronous communications as much as possible internally to your team, as well as with your clients, that is ideal. I use wikis and they have a way to flag people so you can comment to somebody and they can track notification. We also use dedicated Slack channels to protect and compartmentalize information. So for example, we had one on cats, we had one on levity, we even had one on COVID so that people who got anxious about mentions of it would have the option with content warnings to go into the channels that they want us to talk to. Also, some small things to think about. For example, when you're looking at your calendar, you can block off defensive scheduling style time for you, and you can make it so that other folks in your organization can subscribe to your calendar and see your visibility and availability. What I recommend is you allow other folks to own the invite and add you to it, unless you're the one who has to manage the meeting. So any other tips on calendaring, I encourage you to look at the Pomodoro method for defensive scheduling and blocks of time. There's many other ways to be productive. I found that using calendaring, especially Google Calendar tools, to identify when other people are busy and then find those pockets of time where we can meet helps, but also doing as much as we can to do asynchronous. Routines. Humans in general benefit from a type of a schedule that makes sense. So for example, we use all of our telephony tools and we have standard gatherings. So for example, every Monday for Lilbot, we have a team call, team-wide call, randomly assigned from the randomized generator. Each person speaking gets about 3 minutes. And then we also hear from the executive team. So it's an hour. You can expect to talk probably 3 times in a quarter. And that's a good way for folks to just get a sense of overall projects, how people are doing, learning about folks' families, and any other things that are happening in their lives. We also have small group serendipity calls. This is 5 people, again, randomly generated every Friday. And what that does is it allows folks to cross-connect with people who are not in their own team or at their own level. So serendipity is always a fun question. The last one was, what was the last concert you went to? We also have one-on-ones. We use Know Your Team. If you have seen that tool, it has a great way to schedule your one-on-ones with meeting invitations as well as prompts. For me, it's every separate week for about 20 minutes. And then I also do that with my own teammates. Finally, inside our Agile Scrum kind of method, we do have daily stand-ups. It's 2 minutes max, 90 seconds ideal per person for an update that's available to anybody who's on the development team and also has visibility to your external stakeholders as needed. We also have a town hall where everybody can connect and ask leadership direct questions. Additionally, we have kind of show and tell. We have working groups based on government or inclusion or mental health. We have study groups. For example, a group of folks are working on accessibility certification. We even have movie night. You can use Netflix Party extension and have, a scheduled once a month movie night. And again, I use a lot of notifications and I use a Google Calendar to remind me and integrate with Slack to remind me when things are coming up. On the left, you'll see here a sample of our town hall channel. Again, that's once a month. People can drop stuff into the channel to ask questions. It gets flagged, and then the leadership can review. Number 4, invest in your people. Your people are everything. Give them flex. Give them a framework. Give them direct feedback, continuous feedback. Businesses nowadays are understanding, particularly with the recent 8 months, that people can work from anywhere. And so what we want to be able to do is work with people to allow them to just do the best that they can with the tools that they have. And turnover for many people would be less if folks allow for remote work. I have a couple of thoughts inside the notes for this, and I'll drop that into our chat so you can see. But the research is showing us that lost productivity results in huge losses for people, and we have a way to change that. The tools that we use internally are Bamboo, Know Your Team, No-Go Time, Resource Guru. We also use Expensify to manage receipts, TripIt for when we were traveling. Fun Retro is what I use for managing my retros. And then we also try and schedule folks only 30 billable hours a week. And we track that in No-Go Time. What that allows folks to do is have that extra breathing room to do planning, coordination, to participate in the community. Some of you have seen modules on Drupal that are coordinated, as well as events that are coordinated by Lullabots. So if you would like that list, I will be following up with it inside the LinkedIn, and I can send it to everybody from there. And that's the list right there in the chat. We'll take a little break. Do people have questions? Do people have things that they want to put into the chat to discuss? We can also get to that. We have 3 more items, and then we'll open it up to a bigger QA. So humans in general work in groups. That's just the way that humans are. I would encourage you to think about what can you do at your organization to support that kind of connection and collaboration, and to support an autonomous way for that to happen, for folks to develop their own employee interest groups, for folks to use the existing channels you have to coordinate their own gatherings. So for example, as mentioned, we have a couple different working groups. So we have engineering values that helped the organization develop a list of engineering values. And that actually came to a close after that engineering values was published. We also have ongoing groups such as inclusion and equity, mental health, government and education working group, and a marketing group. And those are ways that we can keep abreast of things that are happening. An interesting way that has evolved is using the Slack threaded meeting. I have a picture of that on the right-hand side. So if you can set up your Slack to have a staggered agenda, what we do is, let's say at the top of the hour, you ask for the roll call inside Slack. And then maybe 5 minutes later, you put in the agenda. And of course, that's linked to your whatever document you have. And so on and so forth. For each of the different sections in your agenda, you can place it in the Slack channel. People can go back to the thread at their leisure and respond. And this is modeled so beautifully for us by the Drupal Diversity and Inclusion channel. If you look at that in the Drupal Slack instance, there's a way for you to have people participate in a meeting, even if they're not able to come to the meeting at that time. On the left, you'll see we do have, for example, the wikis, the information that helps us keep track with notes, and then what it might look like on a final. We were able to publish Lullabots Enduring Values after probably a good 12 months of once a week or twice a month meetings. Documenting your actions. So how would you feel if you were dropped into something and had no insight? So, or what happens if a key player is, you know, hit by a bus? That's the whole thing gets, or if they move or quit or whatever. You want to be able to have a centralized place where all of your information is visible. And so, for example, in the wikis we use, we put an overview of any of the projects. We put a who's who, key players, maybe client stakeholders and the roles and titles they have. We put links to Tugboat. If you're not familiar with Tugboat, I encourage you to look at tugboat.qa. It's a great way to do QA, quality assurance, for folks who are on stakeholders in your team. And then you can also put links to where your Zoom is for your standard check-in, links to your Jira instance, links to your Trello cards, or whatever shared documentation you're using. What that looks like in practice is, here's a sample wiki. It's shared with everybody who has access to it. And it will have, indeed, the delivery files, case studies, links to the Zoom, out of office at the bottom. Just any type of information that you personally would find helpful. Think about what you can put into a centralized wiki so that anybody coming on board can show kind of productivity in that first few weeks by reviewing the documents. And also anybody rolling off can also put all the knowledge that's in their head onto the wiki. And then finally, just listen, like listen to each other. Listen to people. People usually know the answers to problems. I always say this, we have 2 ears and 2 eyes, but only 1 mouth. So listen and watch 2 times more than you speak. It's always great to give follow up to people directly, as well as to their manager, whatever way your HR does it. And also support each other, follow each other on social media and LinkedIn, like make those connections and make a personal effort to work with your teammates and your client stakeholders. And I did invest in a very large and bulky earphone to help you with that idea of listening. So just as another update, it is the 7 of these. Set your expectations early, protect people's time, their most precious resource, create routines to assist people with scheduling their day and their week, invest in their tech, invest in their tools, invest in processes. Support a way for folks to work in groups, number 5. That's very much how people connect with others in their organization. Document your actions in some sort of wiki or some sort of other way, and always consider a way to listen to each other and to your stakeholders and to your leadership, to your teams. This is what it looks like in an actual example. So the Grammys came to Lullaby and asked for support on developing their site. The team itself, and I understand this is a GIF, so it might not load very easily for folks, but the team was spread out across Minnesota for the front-end dev. Nate was in Oakland at the time, and Salva was out in Spain. So you have our president, he's in Dallas, all these people coordinating across time zones, still able to work asynchronous meetings, all of the 7 tips that I talked about, it worked. And what that means for the company is that they can get 100 million page views, and they know they can do it right. Now, remote is with us to stay. I'm just give you a couple facts and figures to shop around to your folks. Take a screenshot, share. 60% of companies right now are remote only. 40% of people feel the greatest benefit of remote work is flexible schedule. 25% lower employee turnover for companies that allow remote work. 76% of workers, like 3 out of 4, would be more willing to stay with their current employer if they could do flex hours. And 4.3 million people in the United States, at least, work from home at least half the time. Those are also shared inside the slides. We have some time for questions and feedback. And I invite you also to remember to fill out the evaluation form. So that concludes the discussion part of my talk. I'm happy now to open up the floor to questions. As Ralph had suggested, any resources, podcasts, and just general feedback. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Monica. I do have a question, actually. How do you guys manage your HR?
Yep. So the current tools that HR use are, I had looked in here, we use Bamboo. And what that is a tool that allows everybody visibility into things like document management, files, such as, for example, I needed to get insurance on my machine and upload proof of insurance to it. We use NocoTime for tracking billable hours, but the Bamboo also has a way for folks to request time off. And there's different buckets of time off, for example, jury leave, bereavement leave, parental leave, sick leave, just regular out of office, and also education and training time off. And then in terms of on the other side of HR, we work with Insperity to co-collaborate on big picture things like the 401k, the billing, the payroll.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add that to the list of resources. So it's projected somewhat in that we usually go directly to the Bamboo to manage kind of like time off and out of office requests. And then that ties directly into the Google Calendar. So at any given moment, we can see on the out of office calendar who's out of the office. That also feeds to Slack so that you can also check to see who's out of office that day on Slack.
Yeah, I think because there's so many different programs and applications that you can use to manage so many things, it is hard to kind of draw the lines between time tracking and time off and seeing all of that on one calendar. So that's great.
Yep, and so we use a combination of Resource Guru and NocoTime to understand capacity, because folks get billed to a particular project and so they come off of availability, but then we can track out when they next come available. So for example, for my team, somebody's rolling off, we're closing out a project at the end of this month, and then those become like show up as green on the list or empty, and then they can then be assigned on Resource Guru. So that's another way of tracking who's available and when and where they can be assigned. I'd also say, even small things like Expensify is helpful, because I can just take a picture in my Expensify app of if I go get a meal or something on a trip for work, and it'll upload directly to my billing person. So I don't necessarily have to sit down at the end of the month and shuffle through and find my receipts and try and do it that way, paper. It's easier if you can, to make it easier for your team to just use whatever tools are available to help them get through HR type needs. I think of that as HR type needs, but yeah, billing type needs. Other questions? And if no questions, please do drop a LinkedIn into the chat, or a podcast, book review, recommendation, other educational item.
All right, no other questions, anyone? Alrighty, last chance.
Definitely. I'm looking forward again to connecting with all of you inside the Slack channel. I appreciate everybody's time, and I do encourage you to think about, make the case to your employer or to the organization you have influence over. People are here, remote work is here to stay. And so if there's any way your organization can support those 7 tips, your people will stay with you. And people are, again, the most important over any type of process, over tools, over procedures, over anything. You want your people to be supported and productive and happy. And the best way to do that is to support them in any way you can in their remote work. Thanks, everybody.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Monica.
You're welcome. And I'll hang out here in the chat as people have other things. And do feel free to connect inside Slack. Have a good day, everybody. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right. Hi, everybody. Everyone had a nice lunch break, if you're on the East Coast at least. We're going to get started here in just a few minutes. If you have any questions during the talk, please post them in the chat and we'll get to them towards the end when we have some time for Q&A. And I'd ask that everyone mute themselves if you don't mind. Okay, I have 1:30. What do you have, Dan?
This is Dan. I have 1:30 as well.
Okay.
I hope everybody's...
The floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let's get started. This session is on the US Subsidy Net System and how we've used it at the EPA recently in their migration to Drupal 8. So we've got a lot to cover, so I'm going to try to get these through so we have enough time for questions at the end. My name is Dan Mouyard. I'm a front-end technical architect at Forum 1. And I've been working in web development for over 20 years and Drupal itself for over 12 or so. I typically work on large enterprise sites such as Peace Corps, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the Environmental Protection Agency, which I'll talk about in more detail during this presentation. I'm also a maintainer of the Gesso theme, which is a starter theme we use here at Forum 1 on most of our Drupal projects. And the best way to contact me is through email. Here, dmouyard@forum1.com. You can also find me online at dcmouyard. That's my handle on GitHub, Twitter, Slack, and Drupal.org. So now that you know a little bit more about me, let's get started. So here are the three main questions that I want to answer today. One, what is the US web design system? Two, how can you use the US web design system in Drupal? And then finally, how did the EPA integrate the US web design system for the Drupal 8 site? The bulk of my time will be spent answering this third question, so it's more specific and not too many other people would have the knowledge behind how we did it at EPA. So first, what is the US web design system? Before I dig in, I want to take a quick step back and talk about design systems in general. A design system is a series of components that can be reused in a variety of ways. They can be put together in different combinations, in different locations, and still look like they belong to an organized, coherent whole. Legos are a great analogy. When we build a design system, we're designing the Lego bricks, the individual bricks that you can reuse to build a variety of objects. When done well, all of the things that you build look like they're part of the same family with the same consistent branding, look, and feel. And here you can see some example pieces of the design system that we put together for the Peace Corps website a few years ago. So you can see there's colors, there's icon, typography, and you work all these things together, sort of mix and match and make it scalable as the design gets larger and larger so you can easily come up with new components on the fly. So the US web design system is simply a design system for the federal government. There's a lot of great documentation and examples at designsystem.digital.gov. There's all kinds of information on the various design tokens, components, utilities, and page templates. And it's also chock full of wonderful background information, such as how to adopt it incrementally, lots of good information on accessibility and usability best practices, as well as they really go into detail on some of the design principles that underlie the entire system. So some of the main benefits of using the US for Design system are that it's a pre-made design system. You can either use it as is or use it as a starting place for your own custom design system. It's also actively maintained and is continually improved upon, including new components are added regularly. In fact, they just released version 2.9.0 this week. It's accessible out of the box, and it has a really unique, wonderful color system that allows you to easily combine colors in accessible ways. And finally, it's free. There are some drawbacks, however. As Susan Fagan at EPA loves to say, it's free as in puppy, not free as in beer. So there still requires a lot of time and budget you need in order to get it to fit to what you need. There's also costs associated with, maintenance and general upkeep to get it, to keep it running. If you're using the code itself and not just the general design guidelines, one drawback is that it is complex. There are a lot of moving parts and pieces. It's a pretty complicated code base, especially the SAS structure and how you can pull in, where you define different theme settings and how you think things to tweak it how you want. So I want you to think of it as like a car. So it has some very easy inputs for like steering, gas, and brake. But if you really want to customize the experience, you really take, an expert mechanic to dig into the code and tweak it exactly how you'd like. So just as this code, there's some easy way that you can set kind of general fonts, typography, colors, and that kind of stuff. But for some really nitty-gritty details, it does take extra work. And one analogy I can think of is Bootstrap. So it's very helpful and easy if you're just putting markup on a page and you want it the library to take care of the styling and the behavior. Once you get to the point where you want to customize how it looks and feels beyond just simple color and font changes, it can sometimes be more hassle than it's worth. So now for the second question, how can you use the design system in Drupal? So for the rest of this presentation, I'll be focusing primarily on the code of the US design system itself, rather than some of the colors and design guidelines that you can use if you're doing your own design system. So first, you can manually add it to your theme. Go to the USWDS GitHub page, download the zip file, the latest release, and copy those files into your theme. The download also has SAS files. So if in your theme, you already do have SAS compilation kind of up and running, you can use those as your starting point. And one key point is that you can't really set a lot of the theme settings and variables in the library unless you do have SAS up and running. And you also might need to do more overriding of the design system styles with your own style sheets, not using the SAS approach. Another option is to use a package manager, such as NPM or Yarn. And you pull in the web design system library that way. This way, you don't have to worry so much about finding and searching and downloading and installing the correct file that you've downloaded. You just let the package manager handle all of the grunt work. And then finally, you can use an existing Drupal theme. The two themes currently out there are USWDS and USWDS_base. The main difference is that the USWDS is the sub-theme of the classy theme that ships with Drupal core. So it inherits all of those styles, behaviors, and stuff like that. Whereas the base, the USWDS base theme kind of strips all that out and you start from a clean slate. Neither one, however, has SAS compilation out of the box. But there is another GovCon session tomorrow called Drupal and USWDS. It's time to get things started. And there, Brian and Justin will walk through how to use the USWDS theme, that first one, to add gulp to compile SAS and to go through how to use it, what the interface looks like, and lots of cool stuff. There's also, in fact, an USWDS admin theme for Drupal. I just found that out this week, but there's no releases yet, so I'm not sure what it looks like yet. There's also a USWDS paragraphs module that works with the USWDS theme. So for those of you that use paragraphs to kind of help you build your site, you create a different paragraph type that you can put in. And this theme creates some sort of pre-made out of the box paragraph types that kind of match with the USWDS components, such as like the hero, call out, stuff like that. So now for the main part of this talk is how did the EPA integrate the US web design system for the Drupal 8 site? So before we get into the details, I'll take a look back at some of the recent evolution of the EPA website. So the year is 2011, and the EPA website is kind of a hodgepodge of different systems that have sort of been cobbled together over the years, with a lot of it in just flat HTML files. And so they came to they came to us at Forum One, and we sort of worked together to sort of migrate and get everything set up in Drupal 7, because that's the CMS they had chosen. They loved it, great things about it. And so in 2012, we started our network. And we see here, we didn't really change the design, but we did try to clean up some of the inconsistencies. So this was, try to clean up some of the typography, the spacing, so it's all kind of the same, and rather than being like, 10 pixels here and 12 pixels there. So we really try to make it more consistent and work together, kind of its own design system. And in fact, it was actually the last project that I started on before switching to SAS, SMACs, and BEM naming conventions. So it was definitely old school as far as front-end technology goes. We still tried to modularize everything. We were just getting into the mindset of kind of like object-oriented CSS and trying to work through things so that makes it easier to maintain and keep up to date. So it was definitely less spaghetti code than some of the older projects I've worked on, but it was still sort of a stepping stone into how we approach things today. So in 2016, EPA did a design refresh. We kept the same markup and code in Drupal 7, but we wanted to update sort of the style to match the US web design system. And so it was a little bit rough because the front end code base was still a bit outdated. It didn't have SAS. We didn't really have a full budget to sort of completely rebuild the theme from scratch. So we sort of had to shoehorn the US web design system styles onto existing markup. And there were some complications. It was definitely tricky to make sure everything was still working and only put in the bits and pieces we had. It was kind of a hurdle and sort of a challenge to keep up with the latest versions of the web design system. We always had to do things manually, and over time, we gradually updated bits and pieces of the site. We incorporated new US web design system components, such as the government banner you see here at the top of the page. So when it came time last year, we were approached by EPA and they want to update to Drupal 8. And so there was a project where we would migrate to Drupal 8 and so migrate all the content, but we were able to rebuild the site from scratch. That includes both the back end and the front end theme. And so it came time to decide how are we going to approach theming of this new Drupal 8 site. And so there were a few requirements. First is the EPA doesn't necessarily spend a lot of time or budget on the design. Like they have a specific design they like and they want to stick with it. And most of the design actually follows the US web design system. So they wanted a way so that we could always easily keep up to date. Whenever there's a new change in the web design system, we can easily keep up to date, track those changes and easily pull them in. Whereas before, like in 2016, it was a much more manual and tedious task. So that was kind of the number one requirement. Number two, we wanted better documentation. So in the old Drupal 7 site, they had built out, a couple different pages of their own style guide where they went into real detail on this is what boxes look like, this is how you use them, this is images, this is how the grid system works, like all the nitty-gritty details that content editors need when they're creating a website. And so we wanted to have good documentation for the new design and the components on this new Drupal 8 site as well. Because one of the drawbacks of the old style guide page is that the documentation isn't tied to the code anyway. So anytime we make code changes, there's usually some lag time before somebody has time to sort of update the documentation to match what is in code. So we were hoping to have something that's kind of more hand in hand for this project. Another requirement is that we did want people who were familiar with the US web design system to be able to just get on this project and feel comfortable using the style, SAS, and markup. So At Foreman, whenever you try to do project, on a big government project like this, you might not always be the vendor. And so you want to have things so there's a lot of good documentation, there's a lot of good pieces in place that it's easy to maintain whoever comes in to sort of work on it. And so one of the key things is we wanted people so that if they are comfortable with, as I said, all the Sass mixing and stuff, they can easily come in here and they'll feel comfortable. Another one is we wanted it to be sort of a modern front end. This was particularly kind of a pet peeve of mine because on the old Drupal 7 site, it was from 2012. And so there's a lot of modern front end changes that have happened since then that we want to take advantage of, things like Sass, things we want to use like, how the Sass is architected, how we use fonts, how we use JavaScript, and all that stuff has really changed over time. And so we wanted something that's sort of modern and up to date. It makes it a lot more easy and efficient for themers to do the job. And then finally, we wanted what's called theme familiarity. So we wanted people to also who worked on other projects at Forum 1. We have a lot of different projects going on, and sometimes we may switch projects. And so you wanted something that when they switch from project to project, they can easily slot in and sort of get to work without having to spend a whole lot of time getting up to speed. They can, in essence, hit the ground running. So they already know how the code is architected. A lot of their, mixins and functions that they like to use are already there that they can use and take advantage of. And so what we ended up doing was we started with the Gesso theme. So the Gesso theme, it first came out as a Drupal 7 theme way back in 2014. Actually, not too long after the EPA project is whenever we started this whole approach. And the Gesso theme kind of foreshadowed what was going to be in Drupal 8. So we really followed the Drupal 8 CSS architecture guidelines and how things should be organized, named. So there's a lot of there's a lot of thought that went into the architecture of the Sass. So like it followed the SMACS architecture. It uses the BEM naming conventions. We use Sass to compile it. And also has a lot of other things that we've built into it over the years, our own custom functions, JavaScript functionality. And we've also integrated it with Pattern Lab. And there's a bunch of other conversation, videos and stuff you can probably find online of where people talk about the Gesso theme and how it integrates with Pattern Lab. Now that the Pattern Lab had Twig and Drupal 8 had Twig, you can sort of kind of combine those two into a single system. And so that's another reason why we thought Pattern Lab would help us with the documentation part. And so we ended up going with the approach where we used the package manager, in our case NPM, to pull in the US Design System library, which we effectively call GUS. It's not really the official name. I think the official name is Gesso-USWDF. But it's a way that we can sort of combine both worlds. And so it's, in essence, pulled in their library. And so we can easily redo it so that we can pick and choose what we want from the US Design System. Rather than just loading all the JavaScript from CSS, we get to pick and choose what we want because we might not be using all of it. And it sort of helps with maintenance and performance. So here we can see this is all that we're doing. It was just pulling in the package file. It was just saying, okay, pull in the US System library, 2.9.0. And that's all it is. And so it takes care of pulling everything in, and then currently we use Webpack to sort of bundle all of the assets that we want from USWDS alongside our source files. That way, we're not manually copying. So for now, we're manually copying the fonts and images into the theme, but we're hoping in the future that we can hook this into our Webpack itself. So even that won't be manual anymore. So I'm going to get into some code details. This is sort of an intermediate talk and an expert talk, so I'm just kind of breeze right through these real quick. So let's get through this. So first, one of the key things in the new version of Gesso is we have things that are called design tokens. And so with these, we have, we used to have things that were like in Sass would have these variables, like what colors are, how wide things are. And then we have separate variables in Twig, so this is what the site name is, this is, whatever. And so we ended up figuring out a solution where we use YAML files. We put all the information data in YAML files, and then our build system spit that out to both Sass and Twig so that we can use it in both places, and it's sort of a single document for truth. And you can see here as an example how we define some of our colors in the design token. And then we have in Pattern Lab, it automatically gets this information and it outputs it. So whenever we make changes here, it updates it in Pattern Lab. And as well in SAS, we can use mixes and stuff to pull in these values. Here's another example where we define the font families and stuff. And so what we did for Gus is that we added a section in the design components for all of the USWDS like theme settings and variables, so that we just have one spot that we can set it, and then that gets set, and all of the SAS and other mixing from that library inherits it, so it kind of flows through everything. So here's an example of what we have for updated for palettes, for example, where we added the ability where we can actually put in SAS functions. So here we're using the color mixin or the color function from USWDS to say what that particular color is. And unfortunately, we do have to provide a fallback for just for Pattern Lab, so that the right value gets output on the screen. Here's another example where we can pull in, using the color function, we can pull in whatever themes settings and SAS variable set in the system, as well as any kind of theme USWDS specific token that we defined earlier in the file. Okay, so next in SAS. So basically, the SAS in the USWDS they have theme settings where you can define like what colors, what font sizes, some of the spacing that you want to use. And then there's a lot of really good helpful utilities, mixing placeholders that you can extend, as well as functions to kind of get through everything. And we wanted it to be this theme set up so that if you're familiar with the UX design system and all of the stuff, or if you're familiar with Gesto, either one works. So we put a lot of work into making sure that whichever mixin or function you use, you're going to get the exact same output. So you can see some examples here of, on the left-hand side is some of the functions that you would use, from the US design system, and on the right is kind of the appropriate what you would use in Gesto. So regardless to whatever you're familiar with, you can easily get into the code and make the changes you need. So one exception was setting font sizes. So in USWDS, they do something called font normalization, which adjusts the font size depending on the font family to account for different X heights and other font metrics. So that is kind of the one exception. And then finally, this is how we include, one of the components in SAS of US design system into one of our steps. And all we do is just import that component. That's all we need to worry about. The Webpack pulls everything in from the library and handles everything else. So that's the SAS. So next is the JavaScript. And this was a very, very easy step for us because how they've architected the JavaScript in USWDS is it's a modern, modular approach using ES6 modules. This is what we use on the latest version of Gesto. So it's very simple. Like all you need to do is pretty much just, import the specific, JS module you want, and boom, you can pull it in to our scripts. Okay, so finally, I want to talk about is Pattern Lab. And this is going to be kind of the demo portion. And so what I want is you can see the link on the. Actually, let me go to it. So Pattern Lab is sort of like sorry, I got ahead of myself. So Pattern Lab is kind of this tool where you can sort of see it can be sort of like a tool for like a living style guide, pattern library of what the different components are. And the way we've wired it up is that we use the same twig files that are in the theme that generate the Drupal markup, also matches what's in Pattern Lab. And so now for the demo part, and all of you can follow along. If you go to dcmouyard.github.io/epa-pattern-lab, I put a quick snapshot of kind of a recent version of the Pattern Lab that we've been using on the Drupal 7 to Drupal 8 migration on EPA. So I'm going to leave it on the screen up for a little bit so you can all get that information while I will switch over to share my screen to the other one. And I'm going to Okay, so hopefully everybody got the link and they're able to see the demo. So here is the pattern lab implementation, and you can see we've done a lot of customization that kind of fits what EPA wants. One is we've created sort of an initial kind of a welcome page, so you can easily write some text to sort of say, hey, this is what the library is, this is our underlying reason, this is our strategy, all that kind of stuff that you might want to go over. So the first thing I'm doing here, let me switch the theme. I like the dark color theme better, so I can easily move around. So this is based on Pattern Lab, so it's very similar to the atomic design process that Brad Frost came up when he came up with Pattern Lab. We did tweak it a little bit at Form 1 to sort of more closely align with the SMACS approach of how we organize our CSS. And so basically what we have is right here, we have the global stuff. So this is all basically like the default, think of them as variables as well, like what are the colors that you might want to have? What are the font families you might want to have? What are the default spacings and kind of the stuff that you might pull into other components or mix-ins or functions. Next is the base. And so this is basically where we define the styles for all of the base HTML elements if there's no classes applied. As you can see here in HTML elements, we go through like all the headings, what do they look like, all the different block level elements and inline elements and paragraphs and lists and that kind of stuff. We also have in here for date format. So like in Drupal, we can define what the date formats are. So on different display mode, teasers and stuff, we know which specific date formats we want to use. We also have defined stuff for like the images, as well as like so different image styles, as well as responsive images, and how we can pull those into various components. The next section is, this is new, that's different from Gesso. So this entire folder is stuff that's from the US Web Design System. So this is all of their components. You can see here, like this is their accordion component. And we do add some documentation as far as with links to where you can see some of the examples and where they talk about it in the documentation of the US Web Design System. And this is for all of the stuff that's there from the US Web Design System. The next are the layouts. This is sort of like the general layouts of like maybe the grid system or maybe different layout components, like for example here, the header, or maybe the page layout, or the sidebar layout. That's kind of like where we define those kind of large level bookshelves, so we can sort of place these individual components. The meat of it is in this component where you can see we have all these various different components. You can see here we have all these various different variants of the box component, so that they use throughout the site, and they have all kinds of documentation on when it's best to use it, when not. And so that's where all the components are. And then templates are, this is where it kind of mixes in with Drupal, where this is where like the node templates and stuff kind of pull from these. And so this is where we can have kind of like also set up in Pattern Labs, kind of a demo content of this is what a bunch of, default stuff would look like, headings and stuff, and then how we pull in figures, and if they're folded left or right with boxes, pull quotes, videos, stuff like that. And then these, we also have this pages at the very end. And so these aren't tied to Drupal at all, but they're sort of like, we build these as sort of mock-ups of what it will look like in Drupal. So here's what a full page would look like, in Drupal. And we have some variants. So like we have one where, if you're logged in and you're an admin, this is what it looks like if there's a status message, and you see the local task. And they have a functionality where you can sort of hide and show the admin info. So we wanted to sort of demonstrate that here before we build all these things out in Drupal. So hopefully, okay, so I'm good on time. I did want to leave plenty of time for questions. So let me switch back over.
Yeah, there are a few questions, Dan, so
Okay,
whenever you
sure.
get to it. Do you want to go ahead with those now?
Sure, yeah, why don't you go?
Well, the first one was really just, is your slide deck going to be available to download somewhere?
Sure, yeah, I can add it as a link to this session, probably as soon as this is done.
Okay.
I'll add it there.
You can upload it on the GovCon website too if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do on the GovCon website.
Okay. And then another one was which Drupal version of USWDS did you use?
So we did not use any of the themes that are currently out there for USWDS. We sort of pulled it in our own into the Gesso theme. And we did a bunch of work up front, which became the Gus theme. We tried to do as much there before we got into EPA specific stuff so that in the future we could reuse this on other projects if needed. And also EPA is they're pretty gung-ho about being able to share their work in the open source community. And so this was kind of a way to sort of give back some of the work that they've commissioned.
Okay, so to clarify, you guys used USWDS as a starter or a base for your own design system, right?
No, so we used the US design system. We're
Right.
pulling it in, but we're not using any other themes.
Right. You're not using any Drupal specific themes, just the core US web design system.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so there's another question. Why use USWDS versus something like Bootstrap?
So the US design system is I think they've done a lot more good work on accessibility. They've done a lot more good work on sort of doing like some of the usability testing and stuff. And they put a lot of thought into their components. And although I've kind of said it's very complex and it takes a lot to get into, it's still a lot simpler than a lot of other systems that if you do want to override it, there are ways to do it. And I think if you're working on a website that's part of the federal government, you probably want to use the US design system as opposed to Bootstrap, even if it's just for a simple wireframe of a simple page. Because this design system, people coming to the site generally think, oh, this is part of the US government, which is kind of helpful for folks.
Okay, so there's a question that says, is the USWDS component directory in the pattern lab completely inherited from the USWDS package that is imported, or is that in the pattern lab source directory?
So we are pulling in the USWDS library through NPM. And so none of that stuff is in the theme itself, except for I think fonts and images. Those we've manually copied in. Everything else gets pulled in and output via our Webpack configuration. And so Webpack is basically like a module bundler that bundles everything up and outputs it. So it grabs stuff that's needed, from the node modules folder, for example. So none of that stuff is in our theme per se, but it gets built out through Webpack. But we do have, so one of the drawbacks of the library that doesn't have any markup defined anywhere. So we have to define our own markup in Pattern Lab that matches up with the markup that the US design system is expecting.
Okay. So a lot of questions coming in now. Do
Sure.
you recommend using, or do you recommend starting from USWDS or USWDS base? Could you explain their differences a little more?
So my recommendation is basically take a look at both of them and see what fits in more with your approach. So like when we first started out with this, I took a deep look into both of those. This was a year or so ago. And we ended up not choosing that. We went up our own route. But so like the main difference I talked before is basically just that the USWDS theme is the base theme of classes. So it pulls in a lot of the styles and stuff that come with Drupal core, whereas the USWDS_base theme doesn't. And so you might have to provide more styles for some of those Drupal specific components. But it's kind of a cleaner slate and you have less to override. So that's kind of the choice you need to make when you're starting a project.
Okay. And I think that also kind of goes with the next question. What cons do you see with using the Drupal project USWDS base or just the standard USWDS, I guess, starter?
So I think some of the drawbacks is there's a lot of stuff missing in those themes that you might have if you're routinely working on a lot of modern front ends, stuff that if you're used to stuff like on Gesso, with Sass compilation and Pattern Lab, or if you're familiar more with the Multiply project and Storybook and all that kind of, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of in those that developers that work on a lot of projects get a lot of benefit out of, and so those two things don't have any of that stuff. So you have to kind of figure out a way to sort of to pull that in. So you can either start with one of those themes and add your own stuff, or kind of pull it in like we did into our theme.
Okay, great. So this next question is one that I'm curious about. I've used USWDS as well, so I'd like to hear your take. What are some things you would want to see improved in USWDS that would have made building your theme easier?
So the biggest challenge for us was really the default styles for base HTML elements. Because those styles tend to flow in and bleed into every other component. And so there were some things that we had to override, just based on spacing. Like they use an approach where, this is kind of nitty-gritty technical, but we use an approach where, something plus something, if something has, a parent, or a sibling before or after, it adds spacing, which is a really cool, unique approach. But on base component pages, HTML, like on paragraph, where you have a lot of paragraphs and things are folded left and right, that can really cause a lot of inconsistencies and breaks things. But in general, all of the components themselves, they're very well structured and self-contained and easy to use or not use.
Okay. And let's see, there's a question specifically about Gesso USWDS. Is there a plan for Gesso to migrate to USWDS 2 since import has been deprecated in favor of Sass modules? Is there just going to be a new version of Gesso USWDS, or is it kind of a restructure or a complete recoding?
So it really depends on how much use we're going to get out of it. So this is very useful for the EPA project, because they had the requirement that you need to easily be able to update the US design system as needed. And so on a lot of other projects, I might not recommend using that approach. I would probably, on a custom site, probably more say use the design system as a start, but sort of design your own system separate from that. So using it as a guideline. And so if we don't have a lot of project where we need to, we might not be putting too much work into having new versions. But if we do, we'll definitely be looking into using Sass modules. And so like we'll be updating it to 2.9.0 and because I think right now Gus is at 2.4.0, so it is quite a bit out of date.
Okay. Let's see. If I use Bootstrap theme, is there an easy way to use USWDS with it instead of creating a new theme?
Unfortunately not. So using something like Bootstrap or just USWDS system itself, it has a lot of styles and expectations. And so Bootstrap and USWDS, they use completely different markup. And so you have to be really picky about what you pull from which is really great if you're just doing kind of a quick, rapid prototyping, or you don't really have the time or budget for like the design and theming of a site. You can just plug that in and quickly build up your site very easily. But once you start getting into, you want customizations of how you want it to look, that's where it becomes, more troublesome to use Bootstrap.
Yeah, I think those two would be really fighting against each other quite a bit if you use both. Okay, great. Is the USWDS or Gesso Drupal 9 compatible?
Right now, no. We are currently in the process of getting Gesso up to date with Drupal 9. And we're hoping to have that ready probably this winter at some point. And then most likely shortly after that, within a couple of weeks, probably, we'll probably update it to Gus as well.
Great. Okay. Any other questions? There's been some real good ones. Going once. Dan, you got anything else you want to add?
Let's see. I guess I'll just say kind of some of my final thoughts and recommendation. And that is, I think the US design system is an extraordinary piece of work. They've done an excellent job designing it, thinking it, packaging it, and documenting it. And I think it's a great boon for a federal agency to use that in their process, whether they just use it as sort of inspiration, whether they use it as a starting point for their own design system, or like EPA, they're pulling it in directly, and that's where the majority of sort of their design comes from. I think some of the, I guess what I would say is for the US, I guess for GUS specifically, the Just a USWDS theme is it's very beneficial if you need to keep up to date with any changes in the US design system, and you want to keep up to date with those. It's very important it's a very good starting point if you want to pull in individual SAS components of the system and not the entire library. It's also very good if you want to pull in like the JavaScript modules that I talked about. It's a very convenient and easy way to do that. That said, it is hard. I'm not sure I'd recommend it on a project where you're starting with it, but you're going to be customizing it to the point where it looks like your own site. Like you get a lot of the benefits of the UX and accessibility and stuff of the design system, but you really want it to make it look like your own site, for example. The more customizations you need, the more I would hesitate against using the GUS theme, and probably incorporating the US design system into your own process for designing a, living style guide, whatever your process is, whether that's Gesso or Emulsify or some other approach where you build your own sort of living pattern library style guide.
Okay, there's a question, a couple of them. Is USWDS mandated for use on all federal sites, or is it best practice?
I believe for now it's just the best practice. I haven't heard anything where it's mandated,
Right.
but it is strongly recommended.
Yeah, I can also speak to that. I know there are a large majority of sites that are making moves to get onto USWDS. In some cases, it's just not possible. But it is highly recommended. I don't think it's enforceable right now, but that's not to say that it won't be. Let's see, there is another one here. Can GUS be used on other sites, or was it custom to this site?
So GUS is pretty much, it's like Gesso. It's a starter theme that can use on any project. It doesn't have any EPA specific stuff in it.
Okay, I actually have a question for you, Dan. Can you speak to some of the 508 compliance issues around USWDS that maybe you worked on specifically to your build for EPA and this design system?
Sure. So luckily, any component that we pulled in, such as, like whether it's just styles, like the hero component, or if it also has some added JS functionality like accordions, all of those were accessible out of the box. We didn't have to do any sort of special tweaks or custom things. The design system also has, as I mentioned earlier in the talk, they had a wonderful sort of like color system, and the way you can easily, how they name things, you can easily see whether two colors, there's enough color contrast. So it's very easy to sort of, eyeball things and not have to check everything in a color contrast tool. So that's really cool. Yeah. So no accessibility issues that we came across from the design system that we needed to fix.
Okay, great. Yeah. Any other questions? We've been getting some rolling through. Anybody else? Okay. Oh, let's see. Just a comment here, USA Gov just did an accessibility review for all user components, and the accessibility looks great.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's good. Is there a state and local group I can join?
For USWDS, I'm not sure. I know they have some Slack channels that you can join that has a lot of information, and once a month or so, whenever like they'll have, like whenever there's a new release, they'll do like a quick
Right.
announcement in the Slack channel, and this is what changed, these are the new components. So
I think they do a video or some kind of a live stream explaining some of the new features as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, great. I think we're good with the questions. Dan, thanks so much. Hope everyone learned something. And if everyone in the chat, if you haven't made your way over to the Drupal GovCon Slack channel, I posted it right before the session. Let me post it one more time. Try to make your way over there. Okay. Thanks so much, Dan.
Sure, take care. And if you have any questions, you can email me or post them in. I'll try to stay on the Slack channel for this topic for a while. So if anything comes up, feel free to ask.
Great.
So take care.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. The room is echoing. It's empty.
Hi,
There's no one
Suzanne.
here. Is that Andrew?
That's Jason.
Jason. Hi, Jason.
Are you ready to share? I can go ahead and.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I can share.
Okay, great.
You are not alone.
Here we go.
All right, we'll give it just a couple more minutes. Got some more people rolling, and it looks like. Okay, I have 2:30.
Great.
Okay, so thanks everybody for joining. Welcome to Drupal GovCon, our virtual Drupal GovCon. It's not the same as last year, but that's okay. We're making it work, and so far it's been a great day. So I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne.
Great. Thanks, Jason. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. I haven't been at GovCon in a couple years because it's always in DC in the summer and it's super hot. And I think, oh, I don't know if I really want to go. But I've been missing going every year. I regret not going. And so now I'm happy to be here. So thank you for the opportunity to join virtually. It's very nice that we can all get together. So today I'm going to be talking about landing pages and layouts in Drupal. And I kind of call this the paragraphs versus layout builder edition. I've given a talk like this before, talking about different techniques for building landing pages. And now that layout builder is on the scene, there's always new things to talk about. So for those of you who I haven't met before, my name's Suzanne Dergacheva. I'm one of the co-founders of Evolving Web. We're a Drupal agency. And we also run a training program. So I love teaching Drupal. It's part of my job, one of my favorite parts of my job. I've also been on the Drupal Association as a board member for the last couple years, so I'm pretty involved in the community and always like to talk about community stuff. I run the Promote Drupal initiative, or help run the Promote Drupal initiative. So if you are at all interested in marketing for Drupal, I'd also love to talk to you about that. And if you want to reach out to me, I'm Pixelite on the Drupal Slack. I'm Suzanne_Kennedy on Twitter, and I also have my email address there. You can email me, Suzanne@evolvingweb.ca. So you can email me with questions afterwards. I'd love to hear from you. So one of the key things that I think is important to focus on when we're talking about building landing pages and layouts in Drupal is the content editor experience. And I like to focus on this because I think it's something that we sometimes forget in Drupal. A lot of us here today are probably developers, we're site builders, maybe we're front-end developers or themers, and we probably have more familiarity with the Drupal backend than we realize with the Drupal admin UI. And it's important to realize that when you're creating a Drupal website, because Drupal is so flexible, what we're actually creating is also a tool for content editors. And the success of the website, the actual communication goals or business goals of the website are only going to be met if the content editors can really do their job and if they can actually create meaningful content. And so I talk about that because I think it's something that we just sometimes slips our mind. It's not top of mind necessarily when we're building a website or planning a website. And so when I do user experience workshops and things like that, I always try and include content editors as one of the audiences that we design for. And why is that relevant for this topic? Why is that relevant for today? Because we're talking about tools for building landing pages and layouts in Drupal. And those are tools that content editors are going to find really useful. So it's important to consider this when we start planning out any project. What do the content editors actually want to be able to do? And sometimes we get some hints of this in the design phase. So I don't know about you, but I work with some very talented designers, and I work with lots of different types of designers. Some of them know Drupal really well, some of them don't. And often, actually this design's from a couple years ago. So starting a couple years ago, every design I would get would kind of start looking like this, like these really big images, lots and lots of stripes of content or swaths of content that kind of make up a page. And a lot of these things that I started to call landing pages. Sometimes we call them like marketing pages, pages with calls to action on them, but basically pages that don't really fall into the template of what we call content types in Drupal. Not something that you identify as a blog post or an event or a publication, but something a little bit more hard to put a finger on in terms of content. And so when we think about what content editors want, content editors also look at these designs. They also are involved in thinking about what kind of content do we want to put on the website, what's our strategy. They want to be able to create pages that look like this, pages that they're familiar with interacting with, and they want to be able to create them on the fly without having to go to a development team or work with a designer. And we, just a few more examples, like we get these types of designs, and as a developer, you can kind of maybe break this apart, and you might think, oh yeah, this part of the page, that looks like a view, or this part of the page is clearly, it's a programmatic block, or this is actually a node, like this is like what the node template would produce. But from a content editing perspective, they're not necessarily going to make those differentiations. Content editor might just think, yeah, I want to build a page. I want to create a page that's really visual, that looks like these types of designs that I see, or that looks like the websites I'm used to interacting with. And so it's important for us, from a site builder perspective or a developer perspective to anticipate that and to plan for that and to give tools that are going to result in interesting pages that also look consistent. So the design, in the designs, it's always very consistent. But once we actually get to a real life website, can a content editor actually take the content they want to publish and build something that looks coherent? And so I want to distinguish early on in our conversation today, what's the difference between page building and layout building? Because we have this tool now called the layout builder in Drupal. And that obviously gives us all this flexibility, or maybe you haven't seen it, but as you'll soon see, it gives us lots of flexibility. So, what is layout building and what is page building and what is the difference? So I make this difference because I think it's important to just our planning and and to distinguish different tools that are necessary for each. And so when I think about layout building, I think about creating a layout that is like a template for my content. So if I have a recipe website, and this is obviously taken from the, or if you're not familiar, this is taken from the umami theme for Drupal. So this is if I'm designing a page for a recipe and I want every recipe to look the same, I want all of my parameters about the recipe to be on the right, and I want my image for the recipe to be on the left. This is something that I can do, and I think of this as layout building. I think of this as being like templating for my content. Page building, on the other hand, I think of this as being when I want to create a new landing page, when I want to create a new page that's different than all my other pages. I want to actually design what that individual page is going to look like. And I also want to build up the content for it. So unlike the recipe example, I don't have a predefined set of fields, like every recipe has a cooking time. But in the case of my page building example, my landing page that I want to build, I have to decide what the content is. And then I also have to decide how that's going to appear on the page. And so I think this is a bit of a different use case. And this is something that we want to put into the hands of marketers, content editors, or just whoever is updating a website. We want to give them this tool. And so whatever approach you take to this second example, what you're designing in Drupal is actually a page building tool. And you can build a website just in static HTML where every landing page is built from scratch with HTML and CSS very lovingly. That's still a possibility. But typically what we want to do in Drupal is we want to design like a platform for publishing content. So we want to design something that others can use to build pages. And so I'm going to kind of walk through two examples here. And I have a little video, actually. I hope this will play for us. And I want to look at this example, and I want to think about it from the perspective of planning out what kind of landing page building tool I need to create. So I just want you to look at the content on this page, which will hopefully load for us. Yes. Okay, so we're scrolling down the page. And what I see here, I think I'll show it again. It's pretty fast. It's pretty typical. It's one strip of content after the next, one kind of block of content after the next. And each element on the page, it's kind of self-contained, is its own thing. I see a big hero at the top. I see a listing of content afterwards. I see some calls to action, and I see one at a time. So each kind of stripe is a self-contained thing. And I think of this kind of landing page as being two-dimensional. And I know I'm just defining what two-dimensional means for my own purposes. So if you're, into math and you're going to say that's not two-dimensional, well, I say it's two-dimensional. So two-dimensional is like one dimension is, okay, we have the dimension of content where I'm deciding, okay, the first thing is a hero, the second thing is a view or an aggregate of 3 items or 3 entity references. And then the next thing is a call to action with an image on the left and some text and a link on the right. So we have the deciding what the content is one dimension, and then deciding kind of like how the content is assembled on the page. I have the hero first, I have the call to action later on. This is a second dimension. So you might have a fairly simple structure like that, or you might have something that's more complicated. So I'm going to show you another example that I think is a slightly more advanced type of landing page. And this one's a little bit longer. There's a couple pages here. So I've got the video. So in this example, again, we have one thing after the next. We have some listings of content, social media feed, a set of probably taxonomy terms there. And then we have some examples where we have some content that's kind of side by side. And it's kind of right at the end there. So right at the end there, we had a form that was sitting right next to a call to action. And further up above, we had kind of a call to action sitting next to an image. And it could be that you want to be able to arbitrarily say, this piece of content is going to sit next to this other piece of content in the design. And those things, those elements of content, they're not really related, but or they're related in terms of my content strategy, but they're not related in terms of Drupal or in terms of the content model. I just decided that I wanted this thing to sit next to this thing. And that's adding a third dimension of complexity into my landing pages. So now I have the content, I have kind of where the content is going to go in terms of just ordering on the page, but I also have the layout of those elements and how they sit next to each other. So I have maybe 2 elements sitting side by side in a 2-column layout, or 3 elements sitting side by side in a 3-column layout. And I want the columns to be arranged just so, and I want the columns to be above or below other elements. And so I think this landing page is slightly more complex. And so there's this other component of flexibility. And it's a little bit subtle because it's possible to define one of these chunks of content, content component, we could call it, that has its own intrinsic kind of layout. Like you can have, you can design, let me just go back in my slides and maybe I can bring an example up on the page. We could define, we could define, for example, a hero, like this first hero, A Lifetime of Care that we see here, that actually has some settings in it. So we could say, oh, well, by default, the Learn More link there is on the left, but maybe I have a setting where I can put that on the right. Or maybe I have a setting where I put the whole title, text, and link on the right, because maybe that's how, like the image that I want to use, it would work better that way. So you could have some layout aspects that are built into the settings of a content component without really having to manage a whole layout. And so what I'm getting at here is that not every single landing page needs the third dimension. You don't always need to have a layout that's complex like this. You could just have a layout where you're rearranging things in order from the top to the bottom of the page. And so how much complexity you have might determine what tool you need to use. And when we're talking about the layout builder versus paragraphs question, layout builder, as the name implies, has this layout dimension built into just how it's defined. Whereas if you're using a tool like paragraphs, it's not adept at managing a layout in the same way. And so before I jump into all the details of that and the pros and the cons, I want to think about this now from the content editor perspective. And I'm going to draw on some research I did with a colleague of mine as part of a UX study for Drupal to see how people use the layout builder. And in particular, this study compared the layout builder to paragraphs. And we also threw in, just for fun, a comparison with the WordPress Gutenberg project to see how people found these tools. And so what we did is we used the use case of page building. We created a script where we just asked people to create a landing page. We got some participants. had some Drupal experience, but who were kind of new to these tools. We recorded our tests and we looked at the results, and I'll just kind of share some of the findings with you. So what we did is the comparative aspect of this is that we were looking at how someone would build the same thing with different tools. And the first impressions people had of the layout builder, so from a content editor perspective, were kind of like, what does block mean? And where am I supposed to start? So when we look at the layout builder, it's designed primarily, and I think I can say this with some certainty, I think it's designed primarily for the layout building use case, which is if you're a site builder and you're designing a template for how your recipe is laid out, it's giving you all the tools to do that. And we can see that right here, where as soon as you go to sort of add some content into your layout, it's giving you these options for adding different fields. And it gets quite technical quite quick, like revision ID. So from a content editor perspective, it's a lot to take in. It's a lot of options. So you have these tools here, add section, add block. And so just at first, it's hard to know exactly where to start as a content editor when you're adding content. So where do I go to create? Where's the content, basically? Adding blocks. So yeah, there's a lot of options, like I mentioned. And once you've added a block, you can drag and drop the blocks on the page, which people love to do. But editing the blocks is also a little tricky because there's no edit link. There's a configure link, which seems really like a term designed for site builders. So that being said, the drag and drop is great. And once people figure out where those tools are, they have a good time with it. I'll also mention before moving on to the paragraphs example that there are modules to help make the layout builder easier to use. So we think of the layout builder now as like, oh, out of the box, drag and drop page building in Drupal. This is amazing. But I would say if you're using this for a content editor use case, there are some essential modules, which I'll mention in a few minutes, that will just make this experience baseline user-friendly for content editors, just to reduce the options available. Paragraphs, by comparison, it's not, it has a drag and drop component because you can drag and drop things up and down the page, but it doesn't have the same kind of drag and drop feel. Like if you say, you might have heard those ads if you listen to podcasts for Squarespace, where it's like easy drag and drop tools. Easy drag and drop tools. Nobody's thinking of paragraphs. Nobody's thinking of, I can drag and drop a form up and down the page. So the initial kind of idea of like, I have a layout that I can manipulate, you don't get that feeling with paragraphs. However, from a content editor perspective, especially for a content editor who might have used Drupal before, the idea of just editing a form, filling in all the fields, clicking save, this is an easier experience actually to onboard them onto. It's more in line with their paradigm of how Drupal website works. And it's actually fewer clicks because you're not clicking into add section, add block, add custom block, configure the block, click add. There's fewer steps here. You're choosing what kind of paragraph you want to create, and then you're filling in the fields. So here, the idea of adding a paragraph, each paragraph becomes a component on the page. Just like in our last example, each custom block there would become a component on the page. So initial impressions are just, okay, this looks like Drupal. It's a big, long form, and I can figure out which paragraphs to add as long as the types are named well to assemble the page. And that's something to emphasize in both these cases. We weren't able to just give content editors Drupal core with layout builder enabled or just with paragraphs installed and say, here you go, build a landing page. In both instances, there's configuration that needs to be done to set up the tools to build the type of landing page that you want. So, creating something that's called full width image or creating something that's called call to action. That is a whole step that's required in either case. So yeah, the paragraphs, just to kind of sum up, like this worked really well for people who are familiar with Drupal content editing, and was faster for them to pick up, even if they hadn't seen paragraphs before. Where this broke down is that we did also try to ask content editors to use paragraphs, but to build something more like a layout. So to say, oh, well, now try and add two things next to each other with paragraphs. In our case, we designed a paragraph that would be like a hierarchical paragraph, which would accept a left column and a right column subparagraph. And for any content editor who hasn't seen that before, it's very confusing. And also means that they can't drag and drop that content to other sections of the page. So using paragraphs to manage layout, definitely not great from the content editor perspective. And finally, we did also do some testing with Gutenberg. So we asked editors in some cases to test out this tool as well, asked them to build the same page. And the initial reaction is very good. So content editors like a design, an admin UI that seems designed for them, that seems to be there for content editors to create content. And just the simplicity of the design is very appealing. But what we found is that the simplicity of the design actually hides a lot of the settings. And so any content editor actually trying to build the landing page to look the way they want, they might not be able to find the setting that they need to adjust what the content component looks like. And the other thing that was interesting is that when you use Gutenberg, and I know probably all of you have heard of it, and maybe not all of you have tried it, when you first try it, it looks really appealing because it creates something that looks really nice in the back end. But the problem is that that doesn't look at all like what you get when you publish the content. So the preview looks really nice, but it doesn't look like your website. It's not like a real WYSIWYG experience, which you might be fooled into thinking it is. And so it's not maybe as helpful as it could be. The layout builder, on the contrary, does have some kind of preview that looks a little bit more like your site, but does have still the appearance of an admin UI. And finally, like when you were talking to content editors do appreciate the fact that if they want to build something complex, that there will be more complexity to the UI. So content editors aren't just looking for the simplest tool. They know that they're going to have to learn something if they want to build something powerful. So obviously with Drupal, you can build your own components with paragraphs or with layout builder with block types. And so that gives a lot more leeway to the content editors in the long term. So our takeaways from this testing, you kind of have to think of the content editor workflow. So whatever tool you end up configuring, you kind of have to think from their perspective how they walk through the steps of creating a page. And it's important to keep in mind the fact that, you know, they're maybe working from a design or working from a sketch or working from an idea of the kind of marketing content that they want to create. But they also have to be able to do things like create a draft of the content or change the URL of this page, or maybe update the meta tags. And so depending on what tool you're using and if your form starts to get really complex, some of those details might be lost. So just as you're building whatever you're building, test it and think about it from the content editor perspective. And I found that content editors, I think they think differently than then they might, or as we might, as people who build websites. So you might think first about placing the content, or maybe you think first about building the layout and then placing the content and then styling the content, like making some of the content left aligned or right aligned, or making some heading stand out. So they might be thinking about it differently than you. So you want to check that. Editors like a layout-oriented editing experience. So they like the idea of the layout builder because they can see where the content's going to be positioned on the page, but they don't necessarily want limitless options. So more options isn't necessarily better if half the options don't look good or aren't really useful for content editing. And the layout builder is complex because it's flexible. So content editors get that. And paragraphs is similar to standard content editing. So it's going to be easier for people to pick up if they know Drupal. But if they don't know Drupal and they're going to have to learn it anyway, the layout builder might just be fine for them to learn. It might just require a little bit more, a couple more screenshots in your documentation, and you're good to go. So as somebody putting together the website, you actually have the power to make content editors much happier by customizing whatever page building tools you give them. So whether you decide to go with the paragraphs option or the layout builder option, or maybe you've already picked and you're just going with the flow, it's really important to take the time to do a bit of configuration to help them out. So this is going to help them make better landing pages and help make everything more consistent on the website. So it's a good goal to have. Not including too many options, so not including too many types of blocks or paragraphs is a good idea. I've seen sites that have, 30 paragraph types, and 15 of those are just variations on the same thing. So trying to avoid that, maybe having just some settings instead that you configure. Using entities and views reference fields to avoid duplicating content. So if you can give the content editors just a way to reference existing content, and you don't have to have them like re-enter the content every time, that's going to help a lot. Limiting the options that you give to editors. So here's where modules, some contributed modules can come in handy. So for the layout building option, for the layout builder option, you want to add the layout builder restrictions module for sure. I think this module is kind of a must. And then the layout builder UX module also provides some added kind of improvements just to the links, the way the links and the buttons appear. There's also a layout builder modal module so that the panel on the right-hand side is not so kind of intrusive. And as you edit things, it's appearing more in a modal kind of pop-up box like you would have when you're editing a view. And this can be a less disorienting experience. And then this one's kind of more subtle. So avoiding site builder oriented terminology. Some of it's kind of baked into the tools. So like with the layout builder, the fact that those links say configure, that's obviously a code change. It's not something you can just edit. But just in terms of how you name your paragraphs and blocks, just try and pick things that content editors are going to know and realize. And then finally, whatever tool you pick, like content editors just love the media library. It can take some work to configure media to really work well, and especially if there's a large quantity of media, but taking the time to do that is just going to make the experience better in general. And a lot of times these types of pages do have a lot of visual content. Okay, so which one should we use? I didn't really answer the question yet. Paragraphs versus layout builder. So my instinct says like the layout builder is this awesome new tool, and been so long, we've been waiting so long for this. Go out and use the shiny new thing. So for sure, any site that I'm building from scratch with kind of no restrictions, no other considerations, I'm going to use the layout builder. But that being said, there are pros and cons, and you have to think about your situation. I know we're here at GovCon, a lot of you work in government or you work on government websites, and you're not starting from scratch, right? Far from it. You have lots of content you've already built up. You have an existing website, or you have a development team you're working with. You're not a solo site owner. And so there's lots of things to take into consideration. So first, with both, you can define block types and paragraph types, and this gives you lots of flexibility. Like you are actually designing a tool, and that's amazing, but it takes time. So set the time aside. But you're good for both of those. Like you can create the paragraph types you want. If you're used to using paragraphs and you're switching to Layout Builder, you can do a lot of the same thing, building custom block types. Paragraphs has fewer clicks to create content. So I know, it seems like you might not notice the clicks, but if you watch somebody create the same thing in Layout Builder and paragraphs, you'll see that Layout Builder, there's more clicks. Paragraphs is similar to standard content editing, so it's going to be easier to learn, really, for people who know Drupal. And it's less flexible, which I put as a pro, because I'm at heart like a site builder, themer, and I like restrictions, because if you can just build any old layout, it's going to be kind of a mess. Like if anybody has looked at, well, this is a really old example, but groups.drupal.org, when they introduced panels and anybody could create whatever landing page they wanted for their group, it's just all over the place. Every page is different. So Layout Builder, on the other hand, like people do love the drag and drop. So even though it's maybe a learning curve, they're going to be motivated. And one nice thing is that you have then the same approach. You can have the same approach to page building and layout building. So remember when I talked about the recipe at the beginning of the session, the way that you construct what any recipe looks like can be the same for how your landing pages are constructed. And that has a subtle added bonus that then you can also say, well, these 5 recipes are really special, and we can customize the layout of those recipe pages, and then you're using the exact same interface. And so it adds this extra little component of flexibility, and more flexible. So that could be a pro for you if you want to give your marketing team a tool that really has got more options. And it has that third dimension, right, of what a landing page is. The third dimension being the layout, the fact that you can have sections with content that sits side by side. Really, really amazing that we can do this. So on the cons now, let's get realistic. So paragraphs is not designed to manage layouts. And I'm sure some of you on this call today have worked with nested paragraphs, where the paragraphs kind of model is used to put content into separate columns. And I remember when I first used paragraphs and I thought, oh, this is so cool, we can have nested paragraphs. and then if you look at actually putting that into place, it can slow down the forms for editing content, and it can be really complicated for content editors to think about. And it's not really designed that way, so your content model gets messy very quickly. It can also be hard to visualize the end product, so you don't really get anything like a WYSIWYG. Even if you have some nice previews turned on, it's still kind of hard to see in your mind's eye, like what's the end result going to be until you hit preview. And you are relying on a contributed module. So remember, paragraphs is very popular, but it's not in core. So Layout Builder is something dependable that is going to be supported. As Drupal plans for Drupal 10 start to form, then you want to make sure you're using something that's solid. Editing in the UI for Layout Builder is kind of desktop centric. I mean, I guess we could do this on our phones. I'm kind of imagining like Layout Builder is designed to be accessible, so it's possible, but really not optimized. And that might be easier with Layout Builder. And then there's some extra things like, if you actually go to build a landing page in Layout Builder, there's like a different tab for editing the content and editing the layout. And that's tricky for the workflow, especially for if you're not used to that. And you do need these extra modules anyway, these contributed modules to improve the UX. So I'm in both cases, contributed modules are involved. All right, I've got some important details to share with you. So all of that's great. You've probably already in your mind kind of settled on a preference. Everybody's got an opinion. But whatever route you go, I really want to emphasize the importance of quality. So, so when we start to use tools like Layout Builder, like paragraphs, and we're building landing pages, we get really excited about all the flexibility that this provides. But we have to come back to the fact that we're using Drupal, which is a content management system that's really good at managing structured content, and that gives us semantic markup, meaning like we know what all the fields are on the page, we know what the header is going to be, that's going to be the H1 of the page. There's a lot of benefits to that. And one of the benefits is that we rely on Drupal for creating these pages that are going to be more accessible than other systems can create, and better out of the box for SEO, because we have a really reliable semantic set of markup. And that means you get all these added benefits, like your content is searchable, and every piece of content on the page kind of has a purpose. So as soon as you use these page building techniques, you don't want to throw all of that away. So you do have to do some planning around what the markup is going to look like on the page and what options you're providing. So one thing I see a lot is just kind of an approach where there's one field for content, and then you can put anything on the page with your paragraphs. Like you can put anything at the top. Same thing with Layout Builder, like, oh, we can take any block and put it anywhere on the page. And that does have some downsides. So you want to make sure that you still have a set of metadata for each piece of content, that you still have a consistent H1 on the page, and that if you're adding these content components using either blocks or paragraphs, that you have consistent headings that are used and that they follow a hierarchy. And then that you actually test the pages that result to make sure that they're accessible. So all things to keep in mind, and kind of extra work for you to do as you're making your website more flexible. And then the other big caveat is change management. So I love talking about this. You're building a tool for creating content, right? And so as soon as you switch from one mode of creating content to another, there's a change there just in terms of how people author content on the website. And also maybe if you're moving from one to the other en masse, if you've already created tons of content, there's some kind of migration that you're going to have to do. So, in addition to retraining teams, changing the way that developers are actually working to create new pieces on the site, creating new documentation, doing migration, switching is a big deal. So you want to take that decision very seriously and just plan for all those changes that are going to have to happen. So there's lots of other resources on this topic, videos, demos, modules you can start to use. One that I'll point out, I really like the Georgia Tech for those who don't know, the longtime Drupal user, they use Drupal across, I think, maybe 1,000 websites or something like this. So they have some documentation for how they're using Layout Builder, and it's documentation for people who will be building the sites, people who will be using the different types of blocks. And I really like it because it's a nice guide to just their approach, and also kind of shows you what kind of options you might want to give if you're using the Layout Builder model. So I recommend that, but all these links could be helpful for you. And I'll post these slides at some point. And just a quick shout out before I'm going to go to the questions in 1 second. We have some upcoming trainings. Evolving Web is giving a upgrading to Drupal 9 training next month. And then in November, we have a complete Drupal training. So it's all online, but it's kind of divided up into different sessions, and we teach site building, theming, module development. So if you want kind of more of step-by-step training in Drupal, check that out, evolvingweb.ca/training. And now I'm just gonna go and see, because I think I saw something in the chat. And if you have questions.
Yep, there's a few questions, yep.
Great, okay. I will try and.
Are you ready? I can get those for you.
Oh, yes, awesome.
Okay, so there are some really good ones too, some that I actually am curious about as well. How does Paragraph and Layout Builder work with revision?
Oh, that's a good question. So, well, when we think about paragraphs, you might have noticed if you've ever downloaded paragraphs that you have to also add this module called entity reference revisions. And so that's like this extra layer just to say say your landing page is going to reference a paragraph, but then the paragraph itself is going to have a revision. So that makes sure that you're pointing to the right revision. So it does track the revisions of the paragraphs, just like it would any other kind of content. This can get tricky if you're creating kind of like a content moderation workflow, but in my experience, this works well, and I haven't had to do much customization around that. If you start to display paragraphs content in views though, that can get messy just in terms of how you are able to use those relationships. So that's where that model kind of breaks down. In terms of the layout builder, if you think about the for the page building use case, for the page building use case that we've been talking about, what you're actually doing is creating a whole set of custom blocks. So all those custom blocks are displayed within the layout. And so as you edit them, they kind of have their own revisions. So beyond that, I don't know if there's any kind of caveats. Maybe someone else on the call would know if there's any issues you would run into in terms of managing revisions for a layout builder.
Okay, great. Yeah, if someone has any other comments on that, chime in for sure. We'll move to another question. We're using custom blocks with Layout Builder, but continue to use paragraphs as entity references on custom block types because we aren't able to reference blocks in a custom block type. Is this, I understand the whole nesting thing too, I really do. Is this a best practice or is there a better way?
Okay, so let me explain for those of you who are like, what is that? That's too many things. So imagine I found this use case recently for a university website. So they have all these different kinds of block types that you can use to construct a landing page, like call to action or image or video. And then they have one that's called like stats or something. And so a stat, like a statistic, can have, you might want to add one statistic and then it's got like a, those visuals on a landing page where you have like a big number and then you have a little description underneath. And so you want those two things to be separate fields, but then you want to have a whole set of stats. So you kind of need to have this nesting, like you'd have a reference to a stat, and then each stat would have two things. So the question is about like, should you use paragraphs to manage those two fields, so that each stat is kind of one paragraph, I guess, and then there's multiple paragraphs, and then the whole stats thing is a block. And so I think the way around this is to start using like custom fields, or to use something like a custom entity type. So instead of using configurable entities like paragraphs, you actually just design your own. And I think that that's a cleaner way to do it if you have the ability, the kind of programming ability to go and create something custom, especially if you're talking about creating a lot of them, because then, it's just going to mean that you have something that's easier to manage just in terms of the like the data relationships in the future, depending on how you want to use it, like in views or whatever. I think it's going to be more consistent.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. Okay, did you use Paragraph's layout module?
I haven't not used this module, but I think it's this module where you can, like the preview actually looks like when you're editing, it actually looks more like a layout. Is that what this module is?
I am not sure either, and I've worked with Paragraphs a lot. It looks like, yeah.
I have it like somewhere in the back of my mind. I'm like, I know what this is. I've seen the module page, but I don't.
It says Flexbox-based layout system for Paragraphs. So
yeah.
Like a layout system specifically for Paragraphs. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. And I think it definitely comes back to this point where like content editors, they really want to see what it's going to look like. They want that preview. I tried out Craft CMS a couple of years ago, and they have a preview that's just built in. Like you have your form on the left, and then on the right, you kind of see what it looks like as you're building it. And I think people really love this. But I think it can be kind of hard to pull off and make it really consistent. It seems like the amount of work that the layout builder folks had to do to create the layout builder interface, like I'm sure if you started using this module, it might work really well in some use cases and not in others. So I have to test it out.
Okay, and this one is a good one. I've worked with panels quite a bit too. How do these compare, compete, or enhance with panels?
Yeah, that's interesting. So, I mean, panels has been around for so long. Like, I think the first Drupal camp presentation I did in 2008 was about panels. And so like this problem of how do we manage layouts and do page building has been around since then. And actually now all of these modules are built on this layout UI module, which has been in core for a while. And so there's actually some commonalities just between how Layout Builder manages its layouts and how Panels does. And if you, in your theme, for example, wanted to add a new kind of layout, you would do that and it would work with both. That being said, because Layout Builder is in core and there's this momentum behind it, I have not been using Panels since Drupal 8 came out. So I'm not really sure at this point what its differentiators are and what role it plays in this ecosystem.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see. We've got another session starting here real soon. Any other questions from anyone? This was a very good talk. I haven't done anything with Layout Builder in probably 3 years, so this has come a long ways. This is great to see.
Yeah, for sure. So that's your homework. Go check it out.
All right.
Great. Thanks for everyone. It was really fun, and see you around.
Yeah, thank you so much.
GovCon.
All right, folks, we'll get started in just a minute here. And Gian, are you ready to share? Okay, I think we're ready to start. Gian, are you around? Hi, I see you. We can't hear you. Let's see. Still can't hear you.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yep, we can hear you now. Great.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Technical
Okay.
problems.
Well, you can take it away.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that little snafu. I blame everything on the fact that I'm presenting from Australia, and in Australia it is currently 5:30 a.m. So I am a little bit tired, but that's okay. I've done this presentation before, so I know what I'm talking about. So today I want to talk about mobile accessibility. I want to start with some mobile accessibility fails that you might or might not be aware of, just to sort of see, show you what we've been seeing lately. The first is this Jamie Oliver's recipe app, and when you first open the app, basically what happens is it throws you into the video player that's in your device and plays a video which doesn't have any captions or audio descriptions, and then at the at the end of that, it basically, sorry, I just saw 5:30 and diving in. Yep, that's me. I'm going to actually make the chat a little bit smaller so it doesn't distract me. So basically, so this is a problem with pause, stop, hide. It's a real accessibility problem. Here we have Amazon, and what's the first thing that you do when you go to Amazon is you search. The thing that you're looking for is probably not on the homepage unless you like buying multiple versions of things. And of course, the search here, the what are you looking for, is grey text on a white background, and doesn't meet color contrast requirements. Now, I actually sat next to somebody at a conference where they were the UX product lead for the homepage, and I can't tell you who it was, but it's one of these people, Amazon, eBay, Alibaba, and basically I said, are you aware? And they're like, oh yeah, we fixed that 2 weeks ago, so now it meets color contrast requirements, and our profit increased by 13%, and that's a huge increase. If you think about the tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars a company like that might be spending on search engine optimization, then like 13% just for making sure your color contrast of your field labels are visible, really big improvement. So this here, I used to, before COVID, do a whole lot of travel. Seem to be speaking at the same number of conferences, but traveling a lot less. I'm here, I don't know if you can see my background, but I'm here in sunny Queensland in a place called the Sunshine Coast. It's as beautiful as it sounds. And so when I traveled, I'd often, catch up on TV series and, log into Netflix. And every now and again, I would get this error that said error. and then cancel. There's no explanation of what the problem is. Do I not have access to that because I'm in a different location? Do I not have internet access? Is my password wrong? That kind of stuff. So this violates 3.3.1 error identification and 3.3.3 error suggestion. And this is the ABC app, and on the left is the very smallest amount of text, and on the right is the very largest amount of text, because it's got a font resizer within its app, and the very largest amount of text isn't 200% of the normal text, it's only a couple of points larger, and so this fails 1.4.4 resize text. But the biggest problem is if you scroll to the top of the screen, you actually find that whether you selected small text or large text, the actual article name, the caption, the author, etc., are all the same size, whether you've chosen small or large text. So that's a real problem. And this here fails 3.2.3 consistent navigation. Before we had Trello, we used Asana, and I would only ever work off my tasks or inbox. If something wasn't in my tasks or inbox, then I didn't do it. But the mobile app didn't actually have my tasks or inbox. So, you know, basically it was useless to me. So, we decided to, and I'll talk about who we is, develop a mobile methodology for a number of reasons. Even though there was some accessibility errors that you can tie back to WCAG 2, we found that actually there are a whole lot more that weren't covered in WCAG 2. So what happened is 2017 in October, I was at the second ICT Accessibility Testing Symposium, which is in DC every year. It's virtual this year. It's if you're an accessibility tester, definitely recommend it. And every year they have this thing called a town hall where we all get together, you know, the people in the accessibility testing industry, and ask and talk about what it is we think that the industry needs. And what came out of that is that all the big accessibility companies, you know, DQ, Level Access, Paciello Group, us, we all had our own mobile accessibility testing guidelines, and there wasn't really consistency across all of them. So we decided to form a committee, and we amalgamated all the guidelines. And the reason why all we did was amalgamate the guidelines is because we knew WCAG 2.1 was being released in June in 2018, and we really hoped that the WCAG 2.1 would actually address these problems, and we wouldn't need the methodology any longer. So why doesn't WCAG 2 actually address these things? Well, WCAG 2 does apply to mobile. You know, if you've got a button on a mobile app, a native app, it needs to have alternative text. If you've got an image in a mobile site, it needs to have an alt attribute, etc. But not all aspects of mobile accessibility are covered by WCAG 2. For example, even though WCAG 2 requires sites to be accessible to the keyboard, it doesn't require that it's accessible to the touchscreen user. So there are a few things like that that we're missing. So WCAG 2.1 builds on, you know, some of the things that were missing. Amongst them, mobile, there was some vision impairment and cognitive disability things that were added as well, and it added things like pointer gestures and sensors and information about small screen devices, but it really didn't cover everything that you really needed for mobile accessibility. And probably the best example, if someone says why are you using this methodology and not WCAG 2.1, is the touch target size requirement. So we're all very aware that a really small touch target size is very inaccessible and unusable to a lot of people, especially if you can't pinch screen the screen larger, in which you can't do in a lot of apps. However, and there is a requirement for touch target size in 2.1, however, it's relegated to AAA, and so that's the highest level and not actually what's required by government. Government requires a lower level of standards compliance at level AA or 2A. So that's why we decided that we would continue developing the methodology. And I was co-chair of the next two committees. One was for mobile site and one was for native app. And we developed this methodology. We added a whole lot of things that we thought were missing, and we released them in 2019. And they're up on our website, and I'll show you later on, and they're available under Creative Commons, so you can grab them and use them, and they're quite detailed. So a lot of what I'm talking about today, all of what I'm talking about today, is in the documentation. So how is mobile different? Mobile have very specific accessibility features. So if you're talking about a desktop, what you know, anyone can build a screen reader, and we've seen that with things like NVDA. The developer of NVDA, sorry, excuse me. The developer of NVDA thought that JAWS and IBM Homepage Reader, back when it was around, weren't sufficient, and so he built his own screen reader. You really can't do that on mobile. There are inbuilt accessibility features and other mobile features, and that's it. So you've got native screen readers such as TalkBack on Android, Narrator on Windows for anyone who still has a Windows phone, VoiceOver on iOS. There's volume control, vibrational keyboard, visual, auditory and vibrational notifications, text-to-speech, speech recognition, Zoom, grayscale, etc. There's other things like font size, touch and hold delay, screen rotation, high contrast, assistive touch, mono audio, but there's probably about 45 different things in each operating system. And so that's a lot of things to test. If you test just Android once and iOS once, that's 90 different features that you need to test on a multitude of pages. So we do actually order them in terms of importance. The other thing that I want to mention about 2.1 is page variation. So this applies to mobile sites only, not native apps. But basically what we found is that low vision users who use the zoom function inherent in the browser on desktop are often restricted to the mobile view of the site on their desktop because zooming in triggers the mobile breakpoints. As part of WCAG 2, zooming to 200% should be included as in regular testing, and in 2.1 it needs to be 400%. And because they're triggering these mobile breakpoints and seeing the mobile version of the site, often if you don't have the same amount of content on your mobile version as you do on your desktop version, these people can't access all the content. So therefore it's really important that you have all the same content and functionality on all versions or page variations of your site. And it can be hidden under an expandable link or something like that, but it needs to be there. As an example, this happened on YouTube, but it has been fixed. Basically, at 100% screen size, the upload and notification buttons were visible, but not at 200% screen size. And the reason why is because it was assumed that triggered a mobile breakpoint, and they assumed that you were looking at the site on a mobile device, and if you wanted to upload videos, you'd use the YouTube app. So this is at the 100%, as you can see, uploaded notifications, and this is at the 200%, they're gone. As I said, that is fixed. The other thing that 2.1 really emphasized is the term accessibility supported. And really what this means, it's incredibly complicated, but what it means is that you must use assistive technologies that are inherent in the devices when you're testing specifically native apps. You should definitely do it for mobile sites as well, but specifically native apps as well. So that's something that you should really think about, and we have a section on that. Now, I'll get a little bit into the methodology now, but I just want to say that the methodology only includes those things that you need to add to WCAG 2. So we don't have things like your images need alt attributes, your headings need to be coded, etc., because that's already in WCAG 2, but it does include those new errors in 2.1. The one thing that I'd really like to emphasize is that you must test with real devices, and if it's location based, in actual locations. Back 6 years ago when I started traveling to the States, I'd get to LAX airport after a 15-hour flight and from Melbourne, and we'd often sit on the tarmac for a couple of hours waiting for a gate to be available, but you could access the LAX Wi-Fi from the tarmac, and this is what I would get, is this: were you disconnected? Click here to reconnect, when I was already connected. And then it says, this page will redirect, so content doesn't really make sense to have here. And all of a sudden, I don't feel like I want to give you my credit card details. So how does this happen? This happens because people didn't test with actual devices or in actual locations. In terms of the methodology, there are 5 testing methods for for mobile sites and 2 for native app. So the 4 main testing methods in mobile site testing is testing with devices, which is testing on mobile and tablet devices, testing with devices with assistive technologies, such as mobile and tablet devices with assistive technologies or mobile features, a responsive window, so a responsively sized window on desktop and on desktop. On native app, for native app testing, there's only 2, devices and devices with assistive technologies. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about site types. This is just for the mobile site only. There are 3 types of mobile sites. There are desktop websites that have only one display, whether viewed on desktop or mobile or tablet. Then there's M.dot sites that have a particular display for mobile and tablet sites. The M.dot site must be tested against WCAG2 and on the desktop as well, and the www version must be tested against WCAG2 and on the mobile. And then there are responsive sites that change depending on the screen size or other feature determined by the developer. So this is an example of a desktop site. This is the Australian National Botanic Gardens. And when you make the screen smaller by dragging the scroll bar on the right, you see it just cuts off content. And so it doesn't resize, it doesn't change in any way. That's a desktop site. The way to identify an M.dot site, you must do these 3 things. Ask the client, but don't assume that just because the client says we don't have an M.dot site that they don't, because I did some training for Stanford last year with the IT people, and we found a rogue M.dot site that no one knew who owned. And then the other thing to do is on desktop, change the www to M, and also compare the site as you see it on desktop to the site on a mobile device. So this is the Sephora desktop site. As you can see, it's a kind of brown background with 4 options. You've got navigation along the top. If I replace www with M, what I see is something that's much more blue. There's only one major image. Search goes across the entire screen. You've got a hamburger menu, etc. If I resize the windows, you can see the difference between the www site and the M.dot site. The www site looks like a desktop site where it gets cut off, whereas the M.dot site resizes really nicely. Then lastly, there are responsive websites. Most of the time, the sites that you're looking at will be responsive. If it's responsive, it's definitely not a desktop site, but it is possible that there's an M.dot site as well. The site's responsive if the layout changes as you change the browser size, the browser window size. So basically, to test this, open the website in the browser, ensure the window is not maximized, select the right-hand edge and drag it to the center of the screen. So this is an example of a responsive website, which is the Accessibility Oz website. On desktop, you've got normal navigation along the top. You've got services, 6 icons in one row. You make the screen smaller by dragging it across. The navigation changes to a hamburger menu. The icons reflow. So you also need to think about variations of a page, and this is mobile site only as well. It's important that each variation of the page is tested and that all functionality is available on all variations of the page. And basically the first thing you need to do is identify variations of a page. Now, why would you provide variations of a page? The first is to highlight particular content on mobile, such as phone details, or hide particular content on mobile, such as image gallery, or hide functionality that doesn't work. However, you must not do this. The triggers for variations of a page are things like the device, the operating system, the browser, or the screen size. Under this methodology, the only valid trigger for a variation of a page is screen size. So this here is a variation in content where the accessibility Oz navigation basically is just text horizontally along the page. You make it smaller, it turns into a hamburger menu. These two things are different pieces of code and so need to be tested appropriately. Whereas this here is a variation in presentation. And so you have home, committee, register program on desktop, and on the mobile, instead of being horizontal, they're listed vertically, and that's just a variation in the CSS, not the code. So if you're aware of this kind of stuff because you've been developing the site, that can help with the testing. And then as I said, every variation needs to be tested, and that's specifically outlined in WCAG 2.1. Then with native apps, we said, okay, what do we need to determine to, sort of highlight our testing? So the first thing that you need to do is define application functionality. Mobile native apps are much more streamlined than websites. So for example, a ING website is going to be about how to apply for a home loan or open an account or, contact someone, etc., get a new card. Whereas the ING mobile app is specifically for banking and covering, like moving money between your accounts and things like that. So the first thing you need to do is define what the functionality of that app is. And then you need to look at the common elements that need testing, such as navigation, menus, header, footer, landing pages, emergency alert pages, login pages, settings, account and profile, contact us, real-time updates such as eBay and Uber, privacy policy terms and conditions, interaction and transactional systems such as selecting products, adding to cart, payment, live chat, help, widgets such as calendars and date pickers, third-party integrations such as geolocational maps and chat, and high traffic areas. So ask the question, how would the experience be impacted if the functionality failed, the content couldn't be reached, or the experience caused a barrier to the user? And although absolutely everything needs to be accessible, that's going to help you in terms of prioritizing your testing. So let's talk about the actual methodology itself. The mobile site methodology and the native app methodology have 5 steps, and they are the same steps with the exception of step 2, which differs. So mobile site and native app, step 1 is identify devices. For the mobile site testing methodology, step 2 is identify site type and variations. Step 3 is test critical issues. Step 4 is test mobile specific issues. And step 5 is test mobile assistive technology and feature support. And for native apps, step 2 is define application functionality. So let's talk about identifying devices. The recommended devices and browser combinations are iPhone Safari, iPad Safari, and Android phone Chrome. The other devices to consider is an Android tablet, for example, Samsung Tab A, or alternative devices such as a Kindle device, if that's what your product is aimed at. You really need to look at your Google stats though. That will be a very good indication of what it is that you should be looking at in terms of testing. We recommend testing on the latest version of iOS and the latest 2 versions of Android. And where a site is directly aimed at a person with a particular kind of disability, say a switch user, then consider using assistive devices and other technologies that are used by those potential users. I just want to emphasize again that you need to meet WCAG 2 as well as this methodology. And the next step is identify site type and variations of the page in the mobile site. So is the site desktop responsive and MDOT? If the site is responsive, identify each variation of the page. For native apps, define application functionality, and this is the common elements that I mentioned before. And then we get into the critical issues. Now, this is really interesting. We found that there are a whole lot more what we call traps in mobile sites and native apps than on desktop. A trap is where a user is trapped within a component and can't escape without closing the browser or the app. An example of this is a keyboard trap, where you maybe say tab into a video player and you can't tab out of it, you're trapped within the video player. And so keyboard traps are talked about in WCAG 2, but that's the only trap that is actually referenced in WCAG 2. But we find there's a lot more traps in mobile sites and native apps. The first one I'm going to talk about is the exit trap, and the requirement is ensure there is always an accessible actionable item, e.g. a close button that meets color contrast requirements and has an accessible name that closes any feature that overlays the current page, such as a full page ad. This applies to all users, and its methodology is mobile, site, and native app. This is an example here where the ad overlays the entire page, and there's no way to actually get back to the page underneath it. This is another example where this is a San Francisco Chronicle, gives you a pop-up ad about the fall sale. There is a very small close button, but it doesn't meet touch target size requirements, and it doesn't meet color contrast requirements either. Then we have what we call a swipe or scroll trap. Ensure you do not override standard mobile touch functions, swiping, scrolling, etc. on the majority of the page. This applies to touch users, and the methodology is mobile, site, and native app. This is an example here where when you scroll to the bottom of the screen, all of a sudden you can't scroll back up. The only way to go back up is to activate this little arrow at the bottom, which is, doesn't meet color contrast requirements. This is another example, whereas unless you hit the very small white areas around the map, if you swipe, you just scroll the map, you don't scroll the page. So we often see, use 2 fingers to scroll the map and 1 finger scrolls the page. That's a really good way to get around that. Then we have text-to-speech traps. If the app has an ability to provide content via text-to-speech, the screen reader user must be able to pause or stop the app speaking in a simple manner, e.g. by performing a swipe on a screen. This applies to screen reader users, and its methodology is native app. And so this is an example here. This is Pocket, and what you can do is you can play the article that you've chosen, but once activated, the screen reader users can't stop the text-to-speech because they need to navigate to the pause button, which they can't do because the audio reads over their screen reader. Then we have a headset trap. Headset users must always be able to pause media, audio or video content by using the pause play control on the headset. This applies to screen reader users and headset users, and its methodology is native app. This is an example here where you have a little pop-up. You can mute the video pop-up if you want to by hitting this hitting the mute button. However, hitting the pause on the headset hardware just pauses the screen reader. It doesn't pause the actual video that's playing. And lastly, we have a layer trap. The user should not be trapped on a non-visible layer. This applies to all users, but mostly encountered by screen reader users. And its methodology is mobile, site, and native app. And so this is an example here where you've got a website, you activate the hamburger menu, and when you do that, the screen reader user actually is trapped on the underlying layer, can't access the original layer, can't access the menu content at all. Then we have test mobile specific issues, and this is where most of the testing is included. We have different groupings. The first section is alternatives. So one of the requirements is alternatives are provided for non-web functionality that is mandatory. For example, recording a specific gesture by the camera before functionality appears. So this is an example where we argued a bit about whether we found this passed or failed the requirement. Basically, you have to copy this gesture, which is take photo of making a peace sign, and there's an option here that says need another way, and if you activate that, then it gives you a form that says verification query, type your message. So I thought that wasn't really sufficient as an alternative, because it wasn't clear, you know, how you were going to go, you know, how you were going to create the equivalent to that, but at least it does provide an alternative. Alternatives are provided for geolocation functionality that is mandatory, for example, requiring a specific geolocation before functionality appears, unless the geolocation is essential for legal reasons, or doing so would invalidate the activity. This applies to geolocation via GPS, user statement, IP address, or other methods. This here is an example. I was overseas and I was logging into IKEA, and I didn't want to share my location because I didn't want them to say, oh, you want to be in the US, when I actually wanted to look at stuff in Australia. So I blocked the location and I got this error. Location service is not enabled for this app. Please go to settings and enable it. Limited functionality of app. It's not clear why it needs to know exactly where I'm located. This is an example of a pass. This is the Lyft app, which is very similar to Uber. For those who know Uber and not Lyft. And with Lyft, you can be located in one place and choose to be picked up somewhere else. So it doesn't force the pickup to be your exact location. So that's the pass. Another requirement is changes of state of non-standard controls, e.g. hamburger menu star ratings are clearly indicated. So here you've got a hamburger menu for United. When it's closed, it looks like a hamburger menu. When it's open, it looks like a back arrow. And there's two requirements to this. Visually, it needs to look different, and also the alternative text needs to be different. So the hamburger menu should have an alternative text of open menu, and that back arrow should have an alternative text of closed menu. You really don't want them both to have an alternative text of menu. And the next group is display. Size of touch targets is at least 44 by 44 CSS pixels, approximately 7 to 10 millimeters. For more information, see 2.1 success criteria and 2.5.5 target size. However, it differs from 2.5.5 as that is a AAA requirement. And so if we do have things that are similar to 2.1, we always have them in the methodology listed like that. This is an example here where the only way to close the little pop-up that installs Airbnb is by hitting a very small close sign in the top left-hand corner. As you can see, this is similar to the exit trap, but the difference between this one and the exit trap is that this doesn't overlay the entire page. You can still do things, but you can't go somewhere or you can't close something. This is an example that passes. This is Outlook. The to, the CC, BCC, subject, they all have adequate target sizes, as do the options at the bottom here, the take photo, attach, etc. Actionable items have sufficient inactive space between them. Inactive space of at least 10 pixels should be provided around active elements. This is probably the best example I have, which is where the edit and the mark complete are very close to each other, and you don't want opposite actions that close to each other. It's very easy to hit mark complete when you need to hit edit, and once you hit something as mark complete, that's it, it's gone. So it doesn't meet other WCAG requirements, so there's no way to get it back. So this is a real problem. The next category is actionable items. Native UI controls, objects, alerts, and elements have been used. Basically, this is what you want to avoid, where someone's created a kind of weird new custom widget, and the mobile device sees it as a text field when it has a kind of drop down, and so you activate the on-screen keyboard. This really needs to be a select box. You can style it any way that you like. You just use a select box. You should always use the standard native UI, and although this seems contradictory to the consistency requirement, use the native UI for iOS and the native UI for Android. Even though that means the displays will be inconsistent, you want to use the native UIs. That's much more important. Actionable items, when direct input via the keyboard is not required, provide options for the user to achieve the same result, i.e. use drop-downs, radio buttons, checkboxes. Using the keyboard on a mobile device is quite difficult, so you want to reduce the amount that people need to use the keyboard. This here is an example of a fail where the country region is the United States, but you still need to type in the state. Now there's a discrete number of states in the United States, and so this should just be a select box. And so you don't want people to type it in because they're more likely to make a mistake, etc., etc. This is an example of a pass where you start typing in an address and it drops down with suggestions, so you can just select the suggestion as opposed to typing in the address properly. Then we have functionality that can be operated by device motion or user motion, can also be operated by user interface components, and responding to the motion can be disabled to prevent accidental actuation, except for certain situations. And this is similar to 2.1 success criteria and 2.5.4 motion actuation. This is an example of motion actuation where if you shake the device, like this, if you're in like an instant message app or something like that, you get a pop-up that says undo typing. It can be turned off in settings, but there's no alternative to that. Then this is a fail as well, because basically you shake when you're on Android, Facebook, and it can't be turned off unless you actually activate the shaking, but you can report a problem a different way. And infinite scrolling has not been used, so you really can't use infinite scrolling. It's incredibly inaccessible. Screen reader users often don't trigger the infinite scrolling, so they're stuck on a certain amount of content, and they also can pull out all the content in a page, like headings and links and things like that, and so they will they might pull out all the headings, realize that the content that they want isn't there, and so decide that they need to look elsewhere, when in fact that content might have been there if they'd activated the infinite scrolling. So that you really can't use infinite scrolling excessively. The next category is navigational aids. Visual indicators such as arrows, next and previous buttons have been used to indicate swipe or scroll areas or additional functionality. So here we have basically when you swipe from right to left, you move to the next tab, and there's no indication that that's what happens when you swipe, so you need to indicate that. Navigational aids such as back buttons, breadcrumbs, next and previous buttons are provided. This is the iTunes app on Android, and there's no navigational aids at all. This here shows you the lyrics, and this is like allowing you to see what songs are occurring next, and this doesn't really give you much at all. And to close it, you have to swipe down from the top to the bottom, so this fails the previous requirement as well. But basically there's no menu, there's nothing, like there's no close button, etc. Then we have the audio and video category, and in audio and video we require that everything have an accessible transcript. So this is an app called PhysiApp. It's really great. I dislocated my toes about 18 months ago in a car accident, and my physio gave me some exercises to do. There's a video here that tells you what needs to be done, and here you actually have a transcript of what the person is doing as well as what the person is saying. And the last category is forms. Field labels are positioned adjacent to their input field and appear closest to their respective input field in relation to other field labels and other input fields. So this is an example here where the radio button for yes actually is closer to the no label than it is to the yes label. And because the no radio button doesn't meet color contrast requirements, that makes it even harder to understand. And then we have mobile desktop interaction, which is applicable only to mobile sites. Item labeling between different types of a site and different variations of a responsive site is consistent. And so this is the failure that we saw before, where, you know, certain things are available on desktop that are not available on mobile app. And then the last section is test mobile assistive technology and features support. Basically, there's 2 requirements. All actionable items can be accessed and activated, or all important content can be accessed by the following assistive technologies or when the following feature is enabled. And these are the features that we recommend that you test. On iOS, you have VoiceOver, keyboard and switch, zoom, invert colors, grayscale, and reader view, which is a mobile site thing. And on Android, you've got talkback, keyboard and switch, magnification, invert colors, grayscale, increased text size, and simplified view. The last one being mobile site only. So I just want to show you the documentation itself. You can go to the Accessibility Oz website and under resources, there is a section called mobile testing. And here it talks about an introduction, you know, about WCAG 2.1, mobile sites versus native apps, a little bit on hybrid apps. And then there's a section on the mobile site and a section on native apps. Each have 5 documents. There's the actual methodology itself, which just lists the methodology with no associated information. And then you have a document about mobile site testing, devices, assistive technologies, site types, variations of a page, capturing errors. With the native apps, you have something very similar as well. And then you have 3 test case documents, critical test cases, normal test cases, and test cases for assistive technologies and mobile features. So I'll just show you this one. So I just have to move it. So this is the critical test cases. So basically, you have the requirement here. Ensure there is always an accessible actionable item, e.g. a close button that meets color contrast requirements and an accessible name that closes any feature or page that overlays the current page. So then you have about this requirement. So it talks about this requirement in more detail. And then there are 6 main ways that a user can get trapped in a feature. And, you know, there's no close actionable item. The only way to close the feature is to tap outside the feature, which can be impossible for assistive technology users, such as screen reader users, keyboard users, switch users, and magnifier users. The user relies on a keyboard and the close actionable item cannot be closed by a keyboard, etc. We even have a section about timed ads and a note about iOS testing because that can be, sometimes that can be different. And then we have a section on how to test. And this gives you detailed information on how to actually test the requirement, non-timed features versus timed features. And then we have some examples. So here we've got failure 1, no close feature. This is the daily dot example that I showed you. Here we've got a no close feature as well. And then there's also some passes. So there's quite a few failures. And then you got passes here, accessible close feature, cancel link. In Google Maps, after the user has chosen the more link, this can be dismissed by selecting the cancel link in the pop-up. So it's quite detailed information. The assistive technology test cases have detailed instructions on how to turn them on and how to use them and examples as well. So that's all I have to talk about today. I'd love to answer any questions that you might have.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a lot of work by a lot of people.
Yeah, that's an amazing presentation. I think everyone on this call has just been so blown away how good you've got this together. First off, I want to also say thank you for joining us from so far away at such an early time. So
You're
really,
welcome.
really commendable there. I didn't see any questions come through, but if anyone has any, now's the time.
I should also mention that the failures are not available in those documents that are on our website, because we don't really want to, annoy too many people, but they are available in OzWiki, which is our database of accessibility errors, screenshots, code, and solutions. So if you want access to that, please let us know, and just let us know that you saw this presentation, and attendees of any presentation of mine can get 3 months free access to OzWiki. I think a question for you
do any automated testing tools do any variant testing?
Yeah, so look, we looked at the automated tools that are out there, and there really isn't anything that you can rely on at the moment. We definitely assume that's going to change. We ourselves, so it's different with mobile sites. Automated testing tools for mobile sites are pretty good, but for native apps there isn't really anything that we really thought we could recommend at this point. The link to the wiki, the best thing to do is to email us. I'll just put the URL in it's inquiries, INQUIRIES at accessibilityoz.com. Oh, that was just sent to Jason. Let's send it to everyone. So that's the best email to send it to, and just say, I went to this session and I'd like access to OzWiki.
Great. Let's see. It looks like there's a couple of questions asking about, is this going to be available as a YouTube video? Yes, if you go to Drupal GovCon, if you go to the live YouTube link that's on this particular page on the Drupal GovCon website, there's a link to the live feed there. It'll be stored there, but you'll also get a list in the GovCon YouTube account. It'll be listed there as well.
Thanks, Scott Self. I guess that's not your real name. He said, we implemented the Oz Video Player, OzPlayer, in a Gov site for accessibility, replacing embedded YouTube videos, and Gian's folks were super helpful. Thanks, Gian. You're welcome, Scott. For those people who are interested, OzPlayer is our accessible video player. It's free for not-for-profits, and it's half price for government and educational institutions. So have a look on our website if you want to have a look at that. There's also on our webinar page a webinar on, why video players need to be accessible, and the kind of problems that most video players have. And we found that really only 2 video players were accessible. One was ours, we might be biased, and the other is Able Player. So if you want a free video player, then absolutely I would recommend Able Player as being the most accessible solution.
I think it was dark when you started your presentation, and the sun's coming up.
Yeah, it was. It was dark when I drove here. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
For fun, if you could wave a wand and fix one site app. Look, I mean, I'd want to say the most popular site in the world. That's what I want to say. And I'm not sure what that is. It's probably like Amazon or something. That basically for bang for your buck. That's what I'd want to do, is to fix the most used website. Mind you, actually, now having thought about that for a couple of seconds, I think actually maybe the most important government site, because Svetlana scrolling on Amazon makes me crazy. Yeah. It just basically, you know, if you can't access your government benefits because the website is not accessible, then that's a real problem. Probably more of a problem than not being able to buy something on Amazon. So yeah, I'd say the most popular government website.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. So unless there's any more, I think that's probably it for this session. Gian, that was an amazing talk. I think there's going to be a lot of people watching this session on YouTube. So definitely thank you. And thank you everyone for joining.
You're welcome. Thank you for listening.
So what's up, everybody? A lot of familiar names in the chat here. Hope everyone's doing well, and you've gone to some great sessions today. There have been some really good ones. I've been hosting this room pretty much all day, so I've missed some of the other ones, but there's been some really good ones in this room. So this is the first time that I'm going to be hosting and also presenting at the same time. So if anything goes wrong, I'm going to blame Matt.
Why not? Blame me for everything.
Just give it another minute, see if some other people are going to be joining. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and I hope you've had a great Drupal GovCon. It's been different this year. We're not at NIH, obviously, but we've made it work, and it's been a good day. We're going to have some opening remarks from Ashley Miller, at USDA to kick us off here.
Hey everyone, I'm trying to get my video to work and it's fighting me. All right, there I am. Hi, I'm Ashley Miller. I work at USDA and I am the former product owner for farmers.gov. One of the major features on farmers.gov is a series of interactive tools that guide farmers through the large number of complicated programs that USDA offers. While these tools are super easy to navigate, they use large amounts of content like fields, images, icons, copy. All of this content needs to be set up in the Drupal admin side for development, testing, and deployment to the final product. Our developers used Drupal's post-update function to roll out the content quickly and efficiently across environments. I'd like to introduce you to Matt Calvert, front-end developer, and Jason Glisson, Drupal developer, to walk you through how they successfully deployed hundreds of pieces of content in seconds for farmers.gov.
All right, thanks so much, Ashley. So we've got a lot to cover. We're going to be doing a demo as well. So we're just going to jump right into it. So we wanted to cover the actual problem that we encountered and why we took this approach. First, we had a lot of content that we had to deploy. And by a lot, I mean hundreds and hundreds of individual fields had to be filled out. It had to be done quickly. We also were not able to schedule downtime or off hours to load this content in, which was a problem because it was a potential hours of downtime that it would have taken to get this application set up. A big one for us is that we don't have access to some of our environments, mainly production. Someone else manages that on the USDA side, and it's a pain point for most of the time during our project. But we've been able to find ways to work with them and work around that issue. And lastly, copying a database up from the lower environments is just a general bad practice, and so we wanted to avoid that as well. So going back to the one of the things that we encounter going back to that issue is we needed to be able to roll this content out to multiple environments. And all of our developers work locally, but we also have development environment. We have a QA environment, staging environment, and then we have a production environment. We also had a separate environment that was specific to the design system that we were working on. And that caused a problem having to roll out all this content between each one of these environments with that many fields and that much data. It would have just taken an enormous amount of time to get it all loaded on individual environments. So one of the things that, and I want to just real quick, I don't know if he's on this call, but I want to give a shout out to Steve Patz, because this is really something that he mentioned to us when we kind of figured out this is going to be a problem, rolling out this much content on so many different environments, and then lastly to production. And he mentioned, well, maybe we could do something with an update script. And so that's how this really got started. And then we realized this is really going to end up making things easy for us. It's going to help with content. And what I mean by that is we have content curators on our side, but their job is not really to copy and paste stuff into Drupal. It is to write and edit content and curate their content. So one of the things that we wanted to say is let them do their job. Their job is not to be entering in all the content, and it would have taken, pretty much all hands on deck type situation for all of us to enter the content anyway. So it was impossible to do with just one person. Synchronizing all of our content across all the environments was a big deal. So this helped us with that. And then lastly, launching this particular application, we were able to just launch it within seconds, which was great for us. So one thing that I wanted to cover is the difference between a regular update, which is incremented with numbers, and I think most of the developers have probably seen that before, used it. And then we have the post-update hook, which surprisingly, there's really not that much documentation online. And we found out some things here and there that we didn't know and weren't really documented anywhere. So first off, with the regular update, that is it's really used to update database schemas. The Drupal API is not really available using that. The site isn't bootstrapped. You can't use any kind of creation functions to create entities or fields or any kind of views or anything like that. You have to increment that name, the function name, up by with numbers like 8001, 8002. I'm sure most of the developers have seen that. You can use it for creating, reading, updating, and deleting. But again, all the APIs for Drupal are not available. And like I mentioned, it's really ideal for just updating the database schema. So for post updates, those post updates run right after the regular update hooks. All of the Drupal APIs are available, so you can pretty much create anything you want to with it. And you can name them just about anything as long as you use your module name, post update, and then underscore kind of anything you want. We'll look at that in a little bit. You are able to do something very similar with install scripts. And if you've ever written an install script for a module, it works very similar. But we thought that maybe that wasn't ideal. Really, we're not installing anything with this module. We're also not preparing anything to be uninstalled when we want to remove the module. And that's really kind of what the install hook is for. It's really specific to something that you're setting up for this module, mainly database schemas, and something that you're going to be uninstalling when you want to remove this module. So that wasn't really something that we wanted to look into either. Let's see. I think
this is me.
Matt.
All right. Do you want to unshare?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about actually writing the script. Just want to make sure you can see my slide here before writing your script. We good?
You're good.
Okay. So some of the things you want to consider before you start writing your script, as Jason said, we don't have access to the Drupal API, so you're not able to create, or at least you're not able to until after the first hook update runs. You will need to create your content or paragraph types, any fields that you need, etc. You need to set those up on the back end yourself, and you want to make sure that you export that to your configuration if there's any custom stuff that you need to do. And that's because as you go to your other, as you push it to your other environments, you want to make sure that those are there and created so that your update script does what it needs to do. The other thing you need to consider is the order that you're going to be entering in your data, your content. That's important because, as you can see, we have a numbered list here for how we're doing it, how we did it for the tool. Specifically, point number 4 is we're adding taxonomy terms to a paragraph field. Well, if we just create the paragraph and we haven't created the terms yet, that's not going to work. So we need to make sure we create the terms first, then the paragraph, so then we can add the terms to the paragraph field. By the same token, you want to create the page because we're going to be appending the pages, we're going to be appending the paragraphs to that page, and then we're going to save it. So there we go. Setting up the script in your module. So in order for Drupal to be able to run it, you need to make sure your post update script is inside of the module, and it has to follow a specific naming convention. And you can see that one, this first one here, the file name. Module name is the name of your module, and then post_update.php, the rest of that you have to have there. Otherwise, when you go to run it, again, Drupal's not going to run it. By the same token, the functions need to follow a naming convention as well. And again, you have module name, and any of the functions have to be in this format. The name at the end, where it's all caps, that can be any name you want. So you can have multiple names with underscores, rather multiple words with underscores. That'd be fine. The one thing that you need to be aware of, though, is that when you put these in a script, Drupal will run those, and we found out the hard way because we couldn't figure out what was going on, and then we figured out that Drupal likes to run these functions in an alphabetical order. So if you have ABC, and a function, and another one called DEF. DEF is going to run second, no matter where you put it. If you put it at the top of the script, it's still going to be second. And that was kind of important for that previous slide, because, for example, if you had a function ended with terms, and you had another function whose name ended with paragraphs, well, the paragraphs are going to run first, and you don't have the terms ready, so you're not going to. It's not going to work that way. So, two ways that you can go about it. You either make sure that all of your functions are alphabetically in the order that you want them to run. The other thing that we've done, and you'll see this when we get to the demo, you have your function that has the right name on it, it has the right naming convention, and then you have other functions that don't. So those won't run, but you call those from your main function. So then you can reorder those however you like. And I won't go too much into that because we have it in the example. If you're confused, we'll see that later. So you have your script set up. It's in the module. You want to be able to run it now. There's two ways of doing that. You can go to the command line and you can run a drush updb. And what that will do, besides all the other things it does, it will go through the modules. And if it finds a post-update script that has functions that haven't been run, it will run those functions. And the same thing happens. You can also, if you don't have access to the command line, you can also go to your website and you add update.php to your website, and you have to have admin access in order to run that. So not just anybody can do it, but that will give you a nice web interface that you can use. And you can do the same thing where you go ahead and tell it to run any update scripts that you need. Okay, so now we're gonna take a look at some code samples. And again, this is detailing the order in which we create things. And we're gonna start, first thing we wanna do is, excuse me one sec. First thing we wanna do is we wanna create the vocabulary. And in our demo, we're going to create a taxonomy vocabulary. Actually, I'm sorry, in the demo, we've already done it. But if you don't have it, you can automatically create it. But in this case, it is called Drupal GovCon. And for the example, here's an example of code that we have. And you can see we start off, we log that the vocabulary is being created so that we know we have a record that, yes, this ran. And then what we do, we need to give it a machine name, in this case, Drupal GovCon, and we're giving it a display name, also Drupal GovCon with spaces. The next thing we're doing is we're grabbing all of the vocabularies that Drupal has. And the reason why we're doing that is we don't want to recreate this again. So we look at using the ID, we check the vocabularies, and if it doesn't exist, we go ahead, we create the vocabulary, and then we're adding a field to it, an image to it. And so here we set our field array, which is a very long array. We're only doing one field for this one right now, but there's a lot there. So we go ahead and we set that up, and then we loop through it in case we have more than one. It will go through, it will load that field up. If the field is empty, it will go ahead and insert that information into it. In this case, the image. And then when it's done, it saves the vocabulary. And then we're going to go on to the next step, which is we want to add our taxonomy terms to the vocabulary. So we're going to go ahead and create those. We're going to add some text, and we're going to upload an image for the taxonomy terms. This example is a little bit different. Again, we're still logging that we've run it. Now we have a function, and I'll get to that in a moment because we're going to call that later down in the script. You set the module path, we set where the images are because you need to know where the images are located in order for it to add it. And then we're saying what the vocabulary ID, the machine name for it that we had set in the previous script. Here, now we set up our data array, and this is where the function is going to come into play. This makes it look much nicer than, for example, doing this. If you end up doing something like this, where you're setting the array, you're just copying and pasting it multiple times in the script. That gets a little long, kind of hard to update your data after a while. This is much nicer if you need to update any content. So we loop through it. We're passing the information to the function that we have at the top here. We're passing the image. We're passing the field name of the image. And then We're passing the array that matches the data structure. Now this could go in the function if you want it to. The reason why we didn't do it is that the taxonomy terms, sometimes that structure is different. So we just pass the full array so we can change it and still use the same function, which is this one at the top. So we go ahead and we upload the image. And then once that's done, we add the ID and the alt name for the image. We add that to the data. And then we go ahead and we save the term, the taxonomy term. So we're done with that. Our next step is that we're going to create the page, and then we're going to create all of our paragraphs, attach the paragraphs to the page, and then save the page. And that will be our final step. So for the paragraph example, we have just a second. There we go. We actually have two functions here. I'll explain those in a second. And here, this is much easier and much less code. We've got, we create the page, we add a title to it, and we set it. And again, we set our data array and we loop over it down here. And we're calling the function up here. So what this function does, will go ahead and fill out all of the information for the paragraph type. And what we're doing here, it's calling this other second function. And the reason why it's doing that, we're saying load the term ID by name. The reason why we're doing that is because this all gets run at one time. And when you're creating your taxonomy terms, we're not able to just pass the ID along to another function. So we're just going by the name of the term. This function then takes the name. So in our data, this would be the name. And then that's the machine name of the vocabulary that we want to look into. So this function uses those two pieces of data, looks it up and gets you the term ID, and returns it so that we can save it and attach the taxonomy term to the paragraph. We save the paragraph, and then when that's done, we attach it to the field paragraphs field that's in the page. And so we've looped through all of those, and it's after we've gone ahead and we've appended all of those paragraphs to the page, we go ahead and we publish the page. You know, the status, you could set it to, I think, 0s for draft if you don't want to publish it. You don't have to directly publish it. So that's the quick example of how we do that. And now Jason is going to show us a demo of it actually working.
I'm going to definitely try to.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't remember the best way that I did this earlier, but I've got so much that I'm going to show. Let me see if I can show this one desktop here. Okay. All right. Are you seeing, what are you seeing right now?
I see the demo of the post update script.
Great. Okay. So we're using Lando, or I'm using Lando locally to run this. And we have this entire demo and all of the examples that Matt showed in a Git repo. I wasn't aware that Git had its own link shortener, but apparently they do, or GitHub does. So you can follow that. All of the examples are there. I think there's also configuration in that repo that will get you some of the fields, paragraph types, and I think the one vocabulary that instead of creating it in the actual script, we've got it in config. And I do want to mention that one thing that we did for this tool that we rolled out, actually there were multiple tools we've used this on at this point, I think 3 or 4. But we would actually put up most of our fields that we knew we were going to need, paragraph types and vocabularies. We would put that in configuration because it was just a lot easier to go ahead and do that and get it in code, and it makes the script run a lot faster as well. So what we're going to do in this demo is we're going to add taxonomy terms to the vocabulary. Within each one of those terms, we're going to add data, we're going to upload an image, and then we're going to create paragraphs and add data to that. We're also going to append a taxonomy term to a reference field inside that paragraph. We're going to create the page, and then we're going to append the paragraphs to that page and then save it all. Are you still seeing my screen? You see the site demo?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, great. So this is the content, just the content list for the site. There's nothing there. I'll refresh just so you can see there's nothing up my sleeve. And I ran this yesterday and my computer was running really slow, and now it's running slow again. Okay, so there's no content here. This is the one vocabulary that we've made, just called Drupal GovCon. And like Matt mentioned, the machine name, we use that in the script just to kind of target the vocabulary. And you can do loops and things and target multiple ones if you needed to. It just really depends on how your data is structured. And we had some very complex data layouts where we had paragraphs that had nested date fields and things like that. It got really complex, but we were able to work it all out just through some trial and error. We also have just the one paragraph type. Again, you can make that in your script if you wanted to, just using standard Drupal API hooks, but we've gone ahead and put that in configuration. So then in during your deployment, we did this deployment back and forth, and I'll get into this in just a minute, but we did it back and forth between our development server quite a bit, just testing. So really all you have to do, and because I'm using Lando, I have to use the prefix Lando. And I'm going to do drush updb, which is how you normally run a database update. I'm aware that I have a update available, but I actually had to roll this back because I was having some composer issues. So we're just going to go with it like it is. But what I want to show you is that this particular update script will run in kind of the middle of all of these other updates that are also having to execute. Okay, so we have some system updates. We have a path module update. We have some other ones, but you see right here, we've got this post-update demo. And that's just going to run our post-update script. So I'm just going to hit yes. And hopefully this doesn't take too long. But since there are so many other things, it might take just a minute. Oh, that didn't take long at all. So you can see it's going through the updates. And like Matt mentioned, I don't know if you've gotten to this yet or not, but he will, that you can actually do this through the UI if you have admin rights. It does show up in the UI as an update as well.
Yeah, I didn't mention that. That was the update.php script.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. It's pretty much already done it. Okay, there it goes. Cleared cache and it's done. So I'm going to refresh this page and we'll see some content there. I'll also refresh the taxonomy term list and we'll see some content there as well. Okay, so now we have 3 terms. And we have a demo page. Boy, that seems very magical when that happens, when it works right. All right, so we have paragraphs, and like I mentioned, we were going to have a reference taxonomy term reference field in those paragraphs. And if you can imagine, the way we use this to really launch a series of decoupled applications where we used a page essentially like this to manage all of the data that was going into this application. And within the module that we created, we created our own endpoint rather than using services or anything like that. It's only a one-way street. We weren't exchanging data. So we created our own JSON endpoint within this module. So as soon as this information and all the content gets loaded into this page, it's immediately available through this endpoint to the view app part of this module. So really, we're just using the backend part to manage the content for the application. So this is a, let's see, let me get to the actual update script. So this is the actual script we ran just now. And again, this is available in GitHub if you want it or want to look at it.
Point out what I was talking about earlier about
sure, yeah.
the functions.
Yeah, this is exactly what Matt was talking about here, where we got around the issue of the naming convention running in alphabetical order by just having one function. I think you're the one that discovered that, Matt, that like things are really running out of order.
Yeah,
so this is how we got around that. Yeah. And you can just stack things in the order that they need to run. Yeah, we didn't create the vocabulary, but what I want to point out here is that it looked to see if it was already exist in the site, and it didn't need to do anything, so it moved on. Here we loaded all of our taxonomy terms. You can see the array right here, loaded those in, and then saved them to this machine name. So it looked up that vocabulary and added these terms to it. And it also updated or uploaded those images. I guess when you do it that way, sometimes it won't give you a preview. I can click into one of these and just show you that it uploaded it. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't give you a preview there, but you can see the images there. And it also sometimes puts it in the kind of the wrong order. You could probably mess around with the order of the fields being listed in the actual UI, but we haven't done that. That's really just a problem for taxonomy terms. It's not really a problem for anything else. Let's see. So then we've got all of our terms. It loops through those, adds those. Then we are creating our paragraphs. And I want to point out this is the way that we're adding those. You're going to append all of the paragraphs to this paragraph field. This is really an entity reference field where you're just adding things to it. You're adding paragraphs to it. And then this is the array with all of the individual paragraph information in it. We've got our page name. It's going to set the title, and then down here you've got it looping through those paragraphs and adding them to the page, and then lastly you're saving it. So it does a lot, does it very quickly, and if you can imagine having a similar script, a very, very long script. I don't remember, it was probably like between 7,000 and 8,000 lines long, but it was all the content for this tool, and it executing that fast where you don't have to do anything in the UI as far as copy and paste. It's extremely useful. This is really kind of explaining our development cycle using this. We work locally and deploy to our development environment often, just kind of back and forth between local and dev, because we had control of our development environment. I imagine if you don't have control of it, if a federal agency is managing it for you, that could be a problem. But really, we just went back and forth between the development and local environment quite a bit until we had a working script. When we pushed to QA, I think maybe we only executed the script maybe twice. Once on QA to kind of get the fields on there and make sure they all showed up properly, and then again to get all the content there. We didn't spend any time at that point QAing the script because it's kind of a one-shot deal. Either it's going to work or it's not going to work. And by then, after really testing and developing this script, you're going to know whether or not it's going to work or not by the time you get it deployed to a QA environment. Once we get to staging, that's really used for client sign off on content. And that's it really. Maybe making sure some edits get through. And then lastly, deploying to production. Once you get to that point, most of the time, if there's like a tweak to content or anything, it's much easier to just go ahead and deploy and then do it right in the UI as soon as it's deployed. And that's what we've done on a number of tools that we've launched, where there is a sentence that needs correcting, or even a comma that needs to be removed or something. Once it's deployed, it can be just edited in the UI like anything else.
Okay, so there was actually a question in chat about it, that if you run DrushUpDB again, is it going to do the updates again? The answer is no. Once the post update script is run, it records the functions that were run. Drupal will do that, and if you run it again, it's not going to re-import your content. But however, when you're developing it, of course, you're going to want to rerun that a few times to make sure you're entering in the content correctly, fixing bugs, what have you. So here we have a way that you can do it. In your lower environments, you do not want to do this in production, and I'll tell you why in a second. But in your lower environments, from the command line, you can run a drush command that essentially is running a PHP snippet. And you run this whole thing, all those lines, you take all those lines, paste them into the command line, run it all at once. It's not individual lines. The module name, post update name in bold, that's the name of the function that you want to reset. So if you have more than one function in this, named this way in the naming convention for Drupal, you're going to have to run this more than once, which is probably why a good argument for only having one function like we had, because then you only have to run this command once. The reason this doing this on production, first of all, completely done and it's the way you want it, you're only going to want to run it once. The other reason, as you can see here, is that if you have content already there, it is going to duplicate your content. And in our case, it would actually break the tool that we're working on. There are a couple ways that you can take care of that. If you have a paragraph type, again, you do a drush PHP eval command, and you type in the machine name of the paragraph type, and this command will delete all of those paragraphs. Now, in our case, there was a lot of different paragraph types, a lot of taxonomy terms I'd have to remove each time. So rather than trying to manually delete everything, I would actually, what I like to call the scorched earth method. I went ahead and I just would back up my database before I ran the script. And if I needed to run it again, I would delete my database and re-import, which takes a little bit more time, but for me, that worked better because I was ensured that I would have a fresh copy of the database and there wouldn't be any stragglers of something that I might have missed when I run it again. And then I think that's, yeah, next slide. I think that's you, Jason. Yep.
Okay, so someone actually asked in the chat, is this similar to some migrate functionality? And that's a good question. I think you could probably do most, if not all, of this with the migrate API. I guess I don't really know that there would be much of a difference. I think the post update script structure at least would be similar to the migrate API, and let's see. Yep. Migrate rollback is one thing someone just mentioned, so that, yeah. So as far as pros and cons to the update script, there are some of both that we wanted to cover. And a lot of these we've mentioned already, but I want to just have it in one slide so everyone understood. It is very quick to deploy large amounts of content. The most recent tool that we rolled out was probably one of the largest ones, but we've had tools that deployed, maybe 6 to 10 pages, and each one of those pages had dozens and dozens of paragraphs and different fields, images that needed to be uploaded, PDFs, all kinds of things, and having that done quickly within just a few seconds is great. The con to that is that you are going to spend some significant time writing the script, and if you're not familiar with the Drupal API, you're going to be by the time you're done with writing this script. It's a simple command to execute, and we like that because when we hand off our deployments to whatever federal agency we're working with, sometimes you have someone that's got some Drupal expertise on that end. Sometimes you don't. And in our case, oftentimes we'd have to write up instructions on do step A, B, and C, and don't do them out of order. You have to do them in that order. So being able to just tell them run your typical drush updb rather than doing anything else as far as like a custom drush command or anything, it makes it much easier. Again, like I mentioned, you got to be familiar with the Drupal API. It's very flexible. You can do pretty much anything you want to do through the UI. You can do this way. And I mentioned this earlier. It's really supposed to be kind of a one-shot deal. Matt mentioned, running those scripts when you can roll the script back and redo it. There was one time where we had to do that on a particular environment, a higher up environment. But for the most part, all of our deployments have been extremely solid using this method. And once it's run in production, we don't worry about it anymore. It's done. The fields are there, and everyone can just edit in the UI from then on out. It's really useful to deploy that exact same content through multiple environments, because the hours you're going to spend spending time copying and pasting all of that content over and over and over again, it's going to be a lot, especially with some of these larger applications. If you're developing those, it's going to take a lot of time. And then also what Matt mentioned is you have to be careful. You don't want someone that really doesn't know what they're doing running some of these PHP scripts and removing that update script from your database and then running it again, because it will duplicate your content. So you have to be really careful about that. But for the most part, I think I don't know that anyone actually did any of that in any of our higher environments, but that's just something that we wanted to put as a caution. Okay, so the problems that this solved for us, the agency office that's in charge of our deployments routinely ran drush updb as well as configuration imports. So they were familiar with those two commands. So this wasn't anything kind of different for them as far as deployments, and it ran extremely fast. And that alone really is just kind of the selling point of doing it this way, just the speed and how easy it is. We weren't able to schedule any deployments kind of off peak times. I've done deployments for other agencies at 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. It just wasn't something we could do with this particular deployment or agency. So it's kind of in the middle of the day or whenever they get around to it. So that wasn't a problem doing it this way. I think most of our team is very grateful. I can think of a couple in particular that are very grateful that they didn't have to spend hours copying and pasting from a Word doc into Drupal. So it's great. You're going to save everyone on your team time doing it this way. And we were able to pinpoint an exact launch time. So if we say we're going to launch this tool at 4 p.m., even though there's hundreds of individual pieces of content, dozens of PDFs, it's going to launch pretty close to that time. We can say at 4 p.m. we're going to start launching the tool, and at 4:01 or 4:02 it's probably going to be done. And then lastly, I've said it over and over, tons of hours were saved doing it this way. And I can't overstate that before this, we had several tools that we were working on. Some actually had content that wasn't even in the UI because of the speed that we were having to develop these things. We had to go back and redo the UI, which we're actually going to be talking tomorrow about one of our tools that we had to do that. So this just saved a ton of time being able to roll out a tool, both kind of the entire front end application and all of the content, all kind of in one shot. And that's it. I think there's probably a lot of questions and things in the chat. And since I'm hosting, let me kind of scroll back and see what questions.
There was one I saw that asked how do you handle sensitive data with this approach?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I think in terms of sensitive data, it would probably be something we wouldn't even put in the script. If it's going to be something like social security numbers or something like that, we probably would not be storing that in a repo. We'd probably have to find a different way of doing that particular piece of data, or we would have to do it by hand. So that's a good question. I don't know that we ever came across any sensitive data that we've done this with, but I imagine we would have to figure out another way to do it.
Was there a conscious choice to not use migrate for this?
No, I don't know that I don't know that we ever really thought about using migrate, although that it would have been pretty much the same method, I guess, doing it that way. And I imagine kind of the same structure to the script as well. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, just so for background, I built for Drupal 7 hook, update, deploy tools for doing a lot of stuff on updates, but I also do a lot of migrate work, and my recommendation would be use migrate for this because it's got most of those tools built in as far as like setting dependencies, like taxonomies have to run first, right, then this, then that. You know, it's built on the migrate API that's in core. But the biggest thing is rollback. You know, you could roll back any of the things that you built in this script. You can do one drush command, roll it back. All that content disappears. You can try the migration again, and continuous migration. So if you added content that you suddenly wanted to roll out, you're just adding it to the source. Migrate already keeps track of what it's migrated and what it hasn't. It's just a lot more powerful and a lot more safe, I guess, is the
sure. Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah. I think for one thing is that the speed that we were moving to get some of this done, we didn't really have a whole lot of time to experiment. We had to find a solution immediately, and I think like a couple of week turnaround for one tool, and then the content is growing so fast while we're actually working on this stuff as well. It worked, and we kind of figured out a pretty good formula, so we just kind of kept going with it. It was really, I guess, the answer to that.
Makes sense. We got to build as we go.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there are any other questions. I think that might be it. Okay. Well, thanks everybody. We certainly appreciate it. Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Yep, thank you, everybody.
All right. Hopefully you'll stay tuned till tomorrow and join Drupal GovCon again. There's going to be lots of other sessions. So thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, bye.
Jason, thanks for presenting and for also moderating.
Yeah.
Once you've got a chance, I'll take the host and moderate the next session.
Yep, there you go. I think.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. I wasn't sure if you saw my note.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for all your volunteer work today too.
Yeah, it's been busy.
Yeah.
I totally forgot to mention anything about MetroStar. So if there's anybody listening still, I'm going to be in the networking room now.
Just want to say, Jason, you did an incredible job in this room. Huge kudos to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm going to use the recordings to be like for next year volunteers if we do semi-virtual again.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks.
Hello, Sean.
Hey, how's everyone?
All right, made you co-host.
Nice.
You want to test your screen sharing? Go for it, and I'll put the other slides back on afterward.
Cool. I think I can just share Chrome and then hit present. Maybe at the beginning though.
Not seeing it.
Gotcha.
Yet. I still see mine, I think.
I can stop and share the whole screen.
Oh, maybe I'm not. Oh, multiple participants can share simultaneously.
Oh God.
Why is that on? Okay, let me change that. Okay, do you mind going again? Try it one more time.
Yeah, I'll just share Chrome again. This normally works.
There it is. Okay, sorry about that. That was slightly different than the other rooms I moderated earlier. That was great. Cool. All right, since got about 10 minutes, I'll put the other one back on for right now.
Cool.
Make people know, help people know what's happening in here when they join. There it is. Starting to see people come in. It's the last session of the day, so thanks for sticking around. And got the presenter here, Sean. We'll get his slides up just before the time to start the session. We can take questions in the Zoom chat, and I'll either collect them and for the end, or Sean can take them along the way. It's up to him. Also taking questions in design. Oh no, sorry, in DevOps Performance Security Privacy channel on Slack, and I can bring those over. And just a reminder to keep yourself muted during the presentation, please. It helps. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Sean.
Yo, yo.
How's it going, man?
Oh, you know, nice and bright and early. 9:30 a.m. for me. So yeah. Hope it goes well.
Of course.
Well, this is just about to pour one actually, yeah. But yeah, I'm on coffee like 3 or 4 at the moment, so.
Just need some on like nitro.
Yeah.
Sean, if you want to share your screen again, we'll get started in just a minute.
Sweet. Do you want to stop doing your one so we don't do that funny thing
I
again?
think it'll take over because I changed that setting.
So it will level up.
There it is. Great. And just a reminder again, please keep muted in the Zoom here. Thanks for Sean for presenting, dealing with unprecedented scale during COVID-19 here at our conference. And we're gonna take questions in the Zoom chat as well as on Slack in the DevOps Performance Security Privacy channel. We'll try to gather those or answer along the way. Sean can do that. And take it away, Sean. I'll hit the record button.
Awesome. Thanks, Tim. And thanks everyone for showing up. I realize it's quite late in the day if you're on the east coast of the US, and the last session of the day is always the most fun. A bit about me. I'm a technical account manager working with Amazy.io, based out of Wellington, New Zealand, and I do kind of work with some of our largest customers with the most curly problems, both in region and globally. And you'll find me on Drupal.org and Twitter under @witham, and you can send me an email there as well. And for those who don't know where Wellington, New Zealand is, I drew a handy dandy little Google Maps diagram for you. Not that you can actually fly here at the moment due to COVID, but if you could, it'd take you over a day and a lot of money. Probably a lot of layovers as well. It wouldn't be very fun. But yeah, we're basically the other side of the world. We're UTC +12 at the moment, about to go into +13. So it's Friday for me at the moment. And yeah, I'm in the future. It's all good. And yeah, just a quick shout out to the organizers and the sponsors and yeah, everyone here. Just thanks for letting me present, and really appreciate it. This is not normally something I would be able to do. Traveling to the East Coast of the US is a Herculean effort for me. So yeah, having it virtual is pretty cool. So a quick agenda so that you roughly know what you're in for. I'm going to try to split through overviews in 1 minute, so we're not holding everybody up. I'm going to talk about COVID-19 and what this meant for one of our key customers. I'm going to talk about some scary numbers that we ended up dealing with. And then probably more what you're here for is how. So the horizontal scaling, the database scaling, and memory caching, and minimizing origin hits, and optimizing the CDN. And ultimately, like, why should you care about this stuff? So here's a Amazy.io in 1 minute slide. For those who are not familiar with Amazy.io, we're a fully remote team, and we're open source at the heart. We're all over the world, and we work with our customers 24/7. And yeah, it's our mission in life to kind of keep things running as smoothly as possible at all times. And yeah, I guess some of the unique parts of us is that you can host in any cloud provider of your choosing in any region that they support. And everything, including our hosting, is open source. So we have a product called Lagoon that is what we use to actually deploy your site. And yeah, we're committed to transparency, and that I think the open source nature of that actually really helps to keep that. And we do a lot of work with government, financial and education, but what I'll be talking you through today will be largely government related. And the customer I'll be having a talk about is called GovCMS. And for those who have not heard of GovCMS, which is probably likely if you're in the US, it's actually based in Australia. It's run by the Department of Finance. It's a Drupal hosting platform for federal, state, and local government in Australia. And we partner with Salsa Digital to help deliver the solution. And it's been running in production for close to 5.5 years. And as of today, there's something like 329 sites live, and they're all different shapes and sizes. Like, you got some really tiny ones, some really big ones, and everything in between. It comes in 2 flavors, software as a service, or SaaS, which is for the agencies with very little developers on staff, or maybe they're after something a bit simpler, and they just can bring their own theme, which is often all they need. And GovCMS is also in a PaaS, or a platform as a service model, where you can actually bring your own Drupal code base. So obviously that second option requires a development team, either in-house or out-house, but usually a lot more money because of that. And GovCMS also takes care of the security accreditation at the platform level. And if you use SaaS, it actually is for the application level as well. So it basically cuts through all of the the assessments, and they're called IRAP down here. It's kind of similar to FedRAMP, I guess, in the US. And just a shout out to John and Adam earlier today. If you haven't already seen it, I would probably recommend seeing it. I'm going to catch up on it because it happened at silly o'clock in the morning for me. But platforms, multi-sites and platforms, it sounds really interesting. But GovCMS in this instance would be a platform. It used to be run as a multi-site and now it's not, but it's still got a lot of sites on it. Quick disclaimer, I'm going to try not to use jargon. So I'll try to spell out every single acronym and I'll try to explain it where possible. I will mention things like Kubernetes and containers. No existing knowledge is required. And I'll try to explain some of the concepts using extremely weird metaphors. So hopefully that makes things a bit simpler. Cool. So COVID-19 and what this meant. So GovCMS hosts several sites that were impacted by COVID-19. So we've got health-related sites. So this is health.gov.au. This is the authoritative source of all COVID-19 information in Australia. So everyone links to this site, and it got busy real quick. We also look after a site called Smart Traveller with 1T, which is bizarre, and Smart Traveller is like for people that were considering travel overseas or that were already overseas and were looking to get back, and just what the government's sort of stance on certain countries were, whether they were okay or whether they're not okay. That was quite busy towards like February, March, and sort of has teetered away since. And government payment related sites. So for anyone that lost their job due to COVID, the government in Australia announced something called a job seeker payment. And as you can imagine, that got quite the influx of people looking at it to work out what they could get, what they're eligible for, etc. So some of the numbers that we actually got, and these numbers I'm about to show you were largely captured in late March. We're talking like March 26, around that date. That's about the date that things got really crazy. So on the SaaS platform, so these are just the sites that on like probably like half of GovCMS. There was 187,000 concurrents in Google Analytics, and a concurrent user in GA is someone who has done an action in the last 5 minutes. So these people are basically on all your sites, clicking around like mad, searching, sorting, downloading, doing all sorts of stuff. And if you've ever seen GA go to this number, it's really scary. So yeah, it was certainly something to behold. The health site actually has a mobile app, a native app on Android and iOS, and they were doing push notifications. And in the early days, they didn't stagger them. They just pushed them to absolutely everybody at the same time. And there's about 24 million people in Australia. So yeah, in the peak minute after one such push notification, there was 100,000 page views in the peak minute. So that's off the charts. In the peak day, we saw around about 8.4 terabytes of bandwidth at the CDN. And at this kind of scale, when you have a PDF on the health site, it actually matters if you optimize it or not. So if it's a 5 meg PDF or a 200 kilobyte PDF, that could actually result in a bill reduction if you actually just go to a little bit more effort to optimize it. So a lot of the problems you don't have with small sites become problems when you have this kind of traffic. And the health site itself actually had an 80x traffic increase if you take month on month from February to March. So on top of the platform just generally going up by a few factors. One site actually went up by a lot. And this is probably the best representation of COVID in GovCMS and the impact it had. So you can see back here in, what are we, July 2015. This is when GovCMS started, and I still remember when GovCMS had 1 million page views a month. Now it was a pretty big deal. And as more sites sort of came along, each color sort of represents a site, so you can kind of get a gauge on what's actually on the platform. And obviously the bigger the bar, the more pages they have. And this kind of gold color, I'm not too sure what color that is, but that's the health site. So you can actually see from February to March here, it actually just, kind of went through the roof. So that's, yeah. And that's largely just at the end of March too, not so much the beginning of March. And yeah, you can see COVID, even though it's still with us, it's like the traffic to the site is still not back to, quote unquote, BAU levels. So how do we end up dealing with this traffic? The first thing I'll talk about is horizontal scaling. And I define this as just being able to increase your application resources in response to traffic. And ideally, this happens in an automated fashion, because if you need to call somebody up, raise a ticket to say your site's down, well, it's kind of a problem, especially if you're servicing the health-related information for the entire country. So yeah, being able to respond to traffic and do that in a fashion that just kind of works itself out is absolutely ideal. And Amaze.io's Lagoon is actually running a technology called Kubernetes. And inside Kubernetes is something called a horizontal pod autoscaler, or HPA, and a cluster autoscaler, or a CA. Now you're saying, Sean, what the heck is a HPA and a CA? Like, I don't understand your silly words. So I decided to come up with what I think is the closest approximation to you do this in actually real life, is say you go to a supermarket and there's 2 checkouts open. This is what you'd probably call the minimum number of checkouts, right? And people line up to get their shopping scanned and make payments, etc. And maybe there's a bit of a backlog of people waiting to get their stuff scanned. So at that point, a checkout supervisor might go, hang on, this isn't optimal. We can actually reallocate some resources to actually open up additional checkouts so that we can service more people at the same time. And then if we just take this one step further, the checkout supervisor is actually the horizontal pod autoscaler. The checkouts are pods, and the people are actually HTTP requests. And now you know Kubernetes. Well, not really, but you get the idea. If we take it sort of metaphor slightly further, which I don't know if it works anymore, it might completely break it, but if you were to expand the supermarket, add more room so that you can fit more checkouts, well, that would be the cluster autoscaler, so that you'd actually have space for additional pods in this case, so that if you needed to, you could run more checkouts. So during this HPA kind of scaling for GovCMS, we actually developed this new concept called a COVID HPA, which is if you're a COVID related site, then you're going to get something a little bit different from a regular site, quote unquote. And we're going to set your minimums to 4 pods, your max to 12. So this is quite a lot. And we're going to actually drop the level to which you scale, so you scale much, much quicker. So the horizontal pod autoscaler will actually do a check every 30 seconds to see if it needs to scale. So what we did was just basically say, well, when that check runs, just be super aggressive, err on the side of adding pods. And we actually did daily reviews. This is March, April, of every single COVID impacted site, just to make sure the HPA was just as close to optimal as to what it should be. Because ideally we want to reduce something called pod flapping. And if we take this back to the supermarket analogy, you don't really want to open a checkout, service one person, then close the checkout, and then next minute open the checkout, service one person, and then close the checkout. That's not super efficient, and you just have people running around all day doing busy work, not actually doing any actual work. So yeah, we call this pod flapping, because pods come in and come out, and we don't really want that to happen super frequently. And to kind of put this into graphical form, this is actually one of the sites running on GovCMS. Each color represents a pod, and the y-axis is number of requests, and it's split by minute. And this is roughly for a 7-hour period. And if I get zoom out of the way, you can see in the left here, we start the day with 4 pods, and we've got roughly 500 requests per minute. This is to origin. And you can see this is the first instance where an additional pod comes in and then kind of goes away. Pod comes in, kind of goes away. And then this orange pod actually stays with the cluster for the remainder of the day. And then we see another pod come on top. So this place we're actually up to 6 pods serving traffic. And where it gets kind of really funky is about this point here, where we see a spike that takes us from roughly 1,200 requests per minute to 3,100. And yeah, we can see during this point, we actually have 8 pods running. And if I was to tune this HPA for this site, I probably would say that 4 is not enough in general for this site right now. And 8 is probably good for the spikes, but during kind of business as usual, quote unquote, I think maybe 6 pods would be kind of good. So what I would do to this site, I'd raise the minimum to 6 just to avoid this kind of pod flapping around here, and let it scale naturally for these 2 events during the day. Yeah, and probably the final thoughts on the HPA is like, there's no right and wrong answers. You just try, you measure, and then you see if that's improved the situation, and then you just give it another go tomorrow or the next hour, or and just constantly refine and keep going. And like with COVID, we had no idea what was going to happen the next day. We didn't know if the Prime Minister was going to get up and say something, whether there'd be a push notification, whether there would be a mass, messaging to people. It was very much just ride the wave and do your best. Now onto database sizing, scaling, and tuning. So as some of you may know, Drupal loves to send database queries. And if you scale your application layer, that's cool. But, if you've got only a database which is, like a fixed size, then that's quickly going to become your bottleneck. You can run a database in a pod, but I'd say this is a poor life choice, because 1 pod is not highly available. And there was another session today that Sunil did called Drupal hosted on Kubernetes. So if this is triggering something for you guys to maybe want to learn a bit more, I'd probably check that session out. It goes into probably a lot more detail than I will here. So what we end up using a lot with Lagoon on AWS is AWS's Relational Database Service, or RDS. And specifically a flavor they call Aurora, which is a fork of MySQL, which is got some goodies in it, let's just say. One of the goodies is faster failover with no data loss. And no data loss is pretty cool when you want to failover. And this is roughly what an RDS cluster looks like at its simplest form. We have a writer instance, and we have a read replica, which receives any changes in the writer get replicated to the reader. Your application, your Drupal application, will typically just point at the writer, and it never needs to know like this kind of level of detail. But say the size of the cluster instances are currently large and large. I didn't use any AWS terminology here, just used like large. But say you want to make them bigger. because say you're under a lot of stress and on the database layer. So what you do in Aurora RDS is you can actually upsize the reader first. So you can actually go to this guy here who's not actually receiving the queries from Drupal, and you can upsize him first. This process takes a few minutes. And then once it's been done, the replication will kick in and it'll catch up. And now you've got a size X large, say. And then what you can actually do in RDS is it's called failover. So you fail the writer over to the newly upsized instance. And then what this will do is flip the replication backwards. So it's going back to the new reader. So this process is DNS based, and it typically takes like up to 10 minutes for all the queries to kind of migrate their way over. And then once you've got all the queries going to the new writer, you can actually upsize the new reader. And so now you've actually upsized the entire cluster. And you can do all of this whilst the application is running. So yeah, no one ever upsizes their database when it's running with lots of headroom, right? So this process always happens under peak load. So you better be good at it. And yeah, God bless RDS Aurora, just makes it a lot easier. So end to end, I think it's around about 15 minutes to upgrade an RDS cluster size. And this is from actual testing, but we saw roughly 50 HTTP responses result in 502s in a 30-second period during one of the peak events on one of the sites. So it's not entirely seamless to the end user, but when you're getting like 3,000 requests per minute, like 50 is, probably not the end of the world. And we ended up upsizing Services Australia twice in a period of, I think, 2 days. So that's actually 4 times larger than when they originally started. And you might ask, well, how do you know when is time to upgrade the size of RDS? Well, that's a great question. Amazon provides this tool called Performance Insights, and I really like this tool. It's really useful. It's kind of like it shows the load on your database by either by query or by user. And this little dotted line here, show max vCPU. We're looking at a R5X large, I think, cluster here. We've got 4 virtual CPUs. So ideally, you don't want to have the queries that it's currently executing exceed the CPU limit. It's the queries will run slower and they'll start to pile up, and things will get a lot worse before they get better. So in this case, you can see that the database was fine here, and then at this towards the end of this period here, we start to see them exceed this limit here. So if this was going to be a sustained occurrence, then I would be considering doubling the size of this cluster. This is an example of a much happier RDS cluster. Here you can see it's a much larger cluster. It's got 16 vCPU. But you can also see that the max concurrent threads running is roughly 7 during this 5-minute period. But generally it runs under, say, 3 or 4. So this is a much happier and healthier RDS cluster. My other pro tip in Performance Insights would be to avoid the 1-hour time frame. Instead, use the 5-minute time frame. And the reason being is this is a 1-hour time frame. Everything looks rosy when you look at this. Everything looks like it's under like 1 or 2 concurrent requests. But if you look at the 5-minute, this is the exact same cluster. If you look at the 5-minute version, you can actually see these spikes that actually occur, which you don't get the kind of visibility of. So I would encourage everyone to just use the smaller granularity and just actually see what the end spikes are getting up to. In-memory caching, so super related to database scaling and performance is in-memory caching, because if you're using the database as your cache system, then you're going to find a lot of problems with that. It's going to send a lot of cache queries to the database. Your database is going to quickly get overloaded, and to be quite honest, it's just not the fastest way of doing things. You want a pure in-memory caching system is going to be a lot faster. So at Amazy, we love Redis. It is a key value store, and it's all held in RAM, so it is super quick. And we have two options for Redis. You can rock out a Redis pod, which it's not highly available and can be considered a single point of failure. Or you can use Elasticache, which is an Amazon service, which is highly available and replicated across many availability zones. So yeah, when is it time to not use a pod? Well, if you require high availability, I definitely would not use a pod. And we also saw one of the sites was sending 60 megabytes a second to its single Redis pod, and Redis was not having a happy time. So yeah, Elasticache is definitely a much better option for anything that requires those higher performance figures. And probably the last thing is just ensure that you've actually configured a Redis timeout. So yeah, we don't want to, if Redis ever goes down, you don't want your Drupal app to go and sit there and wait for it for 30 seconds, because then all your page view, essentially your site will just die slowly and terribly. Minimizing origin hits. So even better when it comes to scaling is to never have to generate the page view on origin and rely purely on the CDN instead. So we do a lot of work with Elasticsearch and Kibana, and I'll show you actually one of our dashboards that we've set up. And I realize you won't be able to read it, but I'll walk you through the dashboard. So this is Kibana. We can see it's showing, in this particular case, HTTP status codes broken down by minute for a particular site. Green is all 200s. There's some 304s and 403s and stuff like that as well. So this is generally quite happy. We see top 404s by path, and we see the lovely Apple Touch icon. Always seems to lead the pack there. You've already seen a form of this graph already. This is, we call it project scaling graph, but it's a measure on how many pods are currently running, and are they adding new ones in, etc. At the top, requests by path and method. So just generally what requests are going to origin. So if you were to fix up one thing on the site, favicon.ico, like at the moment, it's having a lot of requests being sent to origin when potentially that could be cached at the CDN. There's another related graph, which is actually sorted by PHP time aggregate. So the favicon ICO is probably going to be really quick to serve because of fast 404 if you don't have the file in your doc root. So another graph here is actually, if you were to optimize any actual path because it just takes so long to generate, then you can look at these ones. So this is actually the COVID-19 kind of news article main landing page here. So if they were to optimize anything, changing the cache lifetime of this might be the easiest way to improve performance. And lastly, user agents over time. So if you're getting hit by a bot, then this is going to highlight that pretty quickly. And the red color you see here is actually funnelback, which is a crawler crawling their site. So it sticks out like a sore thumb. And yeah, it's just kind of highlights that. So yeah, this is the dashboard that we created. You can substitute any site as a filter, and if someone goes, hey, is this site okay? Which kind of happens all the time during COVID. Then you just bring up the dashboard, plug in the URL, and then you're away laughing. And then you can have, at a very quick glance, sort of say how healthy the site is. or whether you need to make any adjustments, whether there's anything the application teams can do or the CDN teams can do. So now that you're armed with that information, well, how can we make the CDN a bit better? So the main thing I'd say here is, choose a CDN provider that's a major player, because life's too short for having outages at the CDN layer. So, GovCMS uses Akamai, but there's several others that would be that would fit into that kind of category. Having DDoS protection, a WAF, and some way to manage bots, I think is a really great idea. Serve while stale, I could probably talk about that for an entire presentation, but for now, just know that it exists. And if your origin generates a 500, that doesn't mean you need to serve a 500 to the end user. You can actually serve the last known good response, even if that response is no longer valid. Negative caching. So if you have a 404, like, what's the point in asking Drupal like 50 times a second for the favicon ICO? Surely if it's a 404, it's going to be a 404 for the next, like, say 10 minutes. So negative caching allows you to do that. Background refresh. So rather than have users experience the Drupal page load time, which can be like 200 milliseconds to a second, why not get the CDN to do it for you? And that way the users experience very snappy page loads 100% of the time. And if you're not using Drupal 8 or 9 cache tag invalidation, then, get onto it. Like, it's honestly the main thing that's going to improve your cache hit rate. And I think this is often worth thinking about, especially during COVID, but what if you have a catastrophic cluster failure on the back end? What is the next best alternative you can serve to the end user? So having a static fallback or some way to serve something which is better than an error page is often going to be something smart. And to that point, this is kind of like, I've touched on this a lot during my presentation, but you want to build this kind of culture of making continual small improvements to an overall platform and each site, and kind of get into that mindset that you need to keep doing this. So this process is called Kaizen. It's a Japanese word that was, of course it's Japanese, invented to, I think that it was used at Toyota on their production lines, just to, if they could optimize anything, then even a small process, then it would overall add up to a lot. So it's this build, measure, learn cycle. So you do something a bit different, you measure its impact, and then you learn a lesson from that, and then you take that into the next time you'd make a change. So some questions you can ask yourself here is, how high can you get the cache hit rate? I've been on the site before where we've had 99.975. And when your cache hit rate is that high, it doesn't matter what your origin is really doing because the CDN is doing all the work for you. What requests are using your backend resources that you can avoid? When was the last time you actually looked at the slow query log in the database? What are the top 404s in the site? Can you avoid them? Can you put a file? Can you create a favicon.ico and stick in the docker? What version of PHP are you running? Is it 7.4 or was it something slower? Are you using cache tag purging? If not, why? And when was the last time you actually reviewed what cache tags you're trying to purge? Maybe you shouldn't be purging some. And just in general, like, encourage your team to find ways to improve the platform. And you're never done. You're just on the journey. And I found this on, I think, LinkedIn, but it's called the 1% principle. But if you make something 1% better every day of the year, then you actually add up to a heck of a lot. And, I realize that adding, 1% of performance to a site every day is going to be quite a struggle, but maybe you could add 1% to each site on the platform every day. And then over time, this will add up to a lot. So I just think, yeah, this is quite powerful. And I've certainly seen this in reality with GovCMS. Because ultimately, this is how we ended up surviving COVID, was by having these processes in place, you know, this culture of always improving the platform in place prior to COVID actually coming on. And, you know, when it did come on, we'd actually, you know, there wasn't too much of it, like, you know, there was no serious concerns there. And why should you care? So kind of like a final slide here is, this is a quote from Services Australia, which, you know, this is Susie Smith, one of the GMs of comms. And I thought this really kind of highlighted the work that we were doing, and yeah, made all the work that we're kind of doing behind the scenes worthwhile. So it meant that we're able to supply information to the public during a pandemic with no outages. This supported real people and their ability to care for themselves and their families. So it's actually kind of heartwarming that. So, and Services Australia were the site that went through the double database upsize, the, yeah, I don't know how many times they tuned their HPA, but yeah, they're now in a much happier place with their stack and their tuning. So if we get a new spike in cases or anything like that, I'd have no qualms in looking after that. And that's the end of the structured content. Hopefully I haven't gone too far over there, Tim. Happy to take questions and answer anyone's burning topics.
Sean, you didn't go over, it was great. Great
Perfect.
Presentation. Thank you so much. Still got a couple minutes here for the questions. So
got one for you, Sean.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So what was like the ratio of authenticated to anonymous traffic that you had to deal with? Because it seemed like a lot of traffic was bypassing your CDN, and you had to do some clever stuff on the database.
So a lot of the traffic that was passing the CDN was post requests, so people filling in forms, people searching. It's tricky to cache that at the CDN. To answer your original question, most sites on GovCMS are unauthenticated. They're pure anonymous users. But a lot of sites on GovCMS aren't using cache tag purging either. So just by virtue of just having a fixed cache expiry, there's a lot more traffic on Origin generally for some sites. So yeah, but if they were authenticated, what I just described wouldn't change. So you just probably have a lot more aggressive HPAs, and you'd have a lot more resources in your database layer and Redis layer to deal with that.
Hey, so we had one question in the chat early on that Elijah asked, is GovCMS based on Lagoon?
So Lagoon is the hosting kind of platform that Amaze.io helps to support and manage. And GovCMS is the kind of like distribution platform. I don't know what you want to call it exactly, but it runs on top of Lagoon. So the sites that are being deployed, Lagoon deploys them. And yeah.
Great. And then there was a question that I think you answered. Was the scaling just for the PHP, and was there DB scaling, which you touched on?
Oh yeah, there definitely was DB scaling. Don't worry about that. Yeah. So for those that care, we typically run quite large database clusters. We typically have, we had to shard them because we've got so many sites. So we've got, I think, running 5 RDS clusters now for GovCMS. And they're all behemoths. So yeah, they're scary large now, which is, it's kind of fun. But yeah, performance and sites, ++, really love it.
Tim Cosgrove had one earlier. was sort of what Adam asked. What percentage of the traffic was authenticated and or dynamic? It seems like potentially the job seeker assistance site would be very individual focused, whereas travel advisory would be static content. And
yeah. So
yeah, he pretty much answered that with Adam's
good.
question.
Okay.
Yeah. It's largely static. So for the job seeker payment, the Services Australia site is informational and it links off to a portal, quote unquote, that users can actually log in using their government ID and actually complete the process. So the Services Australia site is more about providing the information about the job seekers payment, who can apply, what the requirements are. That type of thing, rather than the transactional side of like, where's my payment, stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, that would be a lot more scarier, because I mean, that actually had they had a lot of people hitting it, as you can imagine, during the early days of actually signing up and applying, and they were hosted on some proprietary platform, the actual back end of it, and they were actually struggled to scale because of license fees. So if anything, familiar. I think, it's probably not talking to anything new here, but I think that's one of the cool benefits of open source, is that to scale Drupal, you don't need to pay a Drupal license fee. Like, how amazing is that? I don't think we talk enough about how cool that is. And just if you want to run more pods, you don't need to go pay someone. Like, can I please run more Drupal? That's pretty neat.
Hey, Sean, did anyone ever, as part of this, consider like breaking off the gets and the posts to like separate infrastructure? Because I know that's like one bag or one thing in the bag of tricks for stuff like this too.
So yeah, the post requests we weren't too concerned about because of the bot management layer inside Akamai. So the posts we were getting were legitimate. So people actually filling in the search form and stuff like that. So there's some tricks you can do, like in Drupal, like if you want to avoid a post request for some form. So the search form is a great example of when you type, search for like job seeker payment, enter. That will normally do a post request to Drupal. Drupal sends a 302 response to a search keys equals job seeker payment. It turns out you can just do that with JavaScript. So that's probably my first pro tip there, is don't send a post request if you don't need to. And I didn't really touch on it, but if you use views, just turn off the Ajax tick box. Like, it looks cool, don't tick it. Just use a pager, because a pager is a GET request and is bookmarkable and all the other cool things that it should be. But in terms of splitting the clusters, like, we are able to split the clusters if we wanted to, and we are actually starting the process of doing this with GovCMS already, just splitting off some workloads into dedicated Elastic Kubernetes service inside Amazon. And the idea being that if you want more hardware isolation from other applications running, and your own scaling profile, then we can deliver that. For now, like, GovCMS runs in a supercluster, so to speak, with a lot of pods and a lot of fun.
There's another question there, if you don't mind reading it, from Tim Cosgrove in the Zoom chat.
I can read it. Oh yeah, sorry. Sure. No, I was just going to ask if you're the WAF rules that you were using, did you have to tune those or contribute to them yourselves, or did Akamai just sort of provide those as part of the service? And also, I was wondering if you had to go through a report-only phase where you were ensuring that they were excluding legitimate traffic, or did you just block stuff from the get-go?
Great question. So Akamai the short answer is yes, we had to help tune it. So by having that visibility into Kibana and Elasticsearch, we're able to find what's actually hitting the back end that potentially shouldn't be. A great example is that we didn't know ahead of time was that if you have say you send someone an email with a Word attachment or a link to a Word document that's actually hosted in Drupal's public files, Word will send an options request to the folder that that file sits in. And that sounds cool, but then you end up with all these options requests, just like what is an options request doing hitting your backend? And turns out it's just like Excel and Word. And so, yeah, that's never going to trigger a WAF rule by default. So what we ended up doing was creating a WAF rule to say like, hey, when the user agent matches Microsoft Office, star, and method is options, then Akamai's got this cool feature called tar pit, which I really, really love, which is not block. It's just don't answer them. Let's leave them hanging.
It's like shadow banning almost, kind of.
Shadow ban, yeah. So all these, especially good for like bots and stuff, because it actually ties up their resources, because it's waiting for a response, and typically they're running at a concurrency of like 10 or 100 or something. And so if they only got 100 threads and they don't return, then they don't send anymore. But yeah, we're constantly refining those rules. There's a lot of bots out there that are just absolutely silly, and some of them will just be crawling the entire site. Sometimes it's just people running like Dirbuster and GoBuster when they want to just find out what paths and directories are running on the site, which is just super frustrating. But yeah, there's a lot of features in Akamai I could talk about here, like client IP reputation, really, really cool. That runs across the entire Akamai network. And if you want to be a bit more aggressive on the filtering of people, let's start with client IP rep, because yeah, that's super handy. And the other one is bot manager. So bot manager works out roughly if you're a bot or not based on sort of patterns and heuristics of the request. So it knows if the request originates from, say, DigitalOcean, that's going to be a contributor to working out if you're a bot or not. And yeah, maybe that combined with the fact you don't have a user agent header, we can put 2 and 2 together and put you on the target.
All right. Anyone else have any questions that weren't answered? Looks like Salim maybe is happy with the question Tim asked. They're related or the same.
And yeah, we did go through a monitor phase for Akamai. Yeah, like whenever you change a bot manager rule, for instance, you don't want to just turn that on. Yeah, you want to make sure you understand what you're about to block and then pull the trigger.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your presentation, Sean, and participating here, and everyone for listening in and joining. We'll end it
Appreciate
there.
it. Yeah, thank you all for having me. And I'll put the slides up on the website. Yep.
Session page. Thank you so much. All right. Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye. I just ended the recording, so thanks. We'll close up this room shortly.
Yep, I'm here, Tim. So let me,
Okay.
I'm going to reclaim host just so I can stop.